Good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:31 a.m. Thank you all for being here today for our last meeting of 2021. I just want to start off with a couple notes I had. It's that time of year, I guess, when we sit down, we look back, we reflect, and I know I've been asked to kind of provide a few summaries for year in review, so I was just going to kind of maybe touch on a couple of those highlights that I have here. Thank you to Anne and Maddie for getting these for me. In 2021, Council awarded $2,000 in post-secondary bursaries to local students for the second year in a row. There was a new online business directory launched in 2021 to provide a space for customers to find information on county businesses. In the spring, County Council approved the county's first ever asset management plan for infrastructure and physical assets. A new public engagement platform called What's Happening was launched in June. A new rural living and agriculture extension newsletter was launched in the summer, providing valuable information on everything from sustainable farming practices, nutrient management, local businesses, updates from the irrigation districts, and much more. Lethbridge County won an International Financial Award for our financial publications, an accomplishment shared by only 11 other municipalities in Canada. Several capital projects were completed, including road reconstruction in Sunset Acres subdivision, Fairview stormwater pond construction, paving a portion of the Broxburn Industrial Park, as well as Ready-Made Road. A bridge was replaced north of Iron Springs this fall. Public Works level of service documents were approved by Council, providing a guide for maintenance operations in the county over the next year. Recently, Council attended the Provincial Rural Municipalities of Alberta Convention in Edmonton. They had the opportunity to speak with ministers on issues important to the county. I'm sure there was obviously lots of other highlights throughout the year, but maybe just a few of the important ones that we could capture and pass along. Thank you to Council, previous and current, as well as staff for everything that happened in 2021 in the county. We, as is evident every day, we face many challenges here, but I'm extremely appreciative of how everyone's pulled together and over the last 2 years especially to make sure that we keep moving forward. Okay, moving down, you'll see we have a new item, B, our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the territories in Alberta of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. Moving down, item C, adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Anne?
Yes, there are. The item, that's in closed session under 2, the linked pathway, will be moved out of closed session under community services G2 for, G2.5.
And that will still be, that's still a 2 o'clock engagement, Anne?
Yes. Yes, it is. The second item is an addition under municipal services G1.3, and that is the addition of the request from the MD of Tabor for grant funding support letter.
Okay. For what? Anne, can you repeat that last part, please?
Sorry. A request from the MD of Tabor for a support letter for grant funding.
Thank you. I guess maybe I'll just quickly speak to the item that Anne addressed, the closed session, the link pathway update, which was to appear in closed session. Initially, when it was the agenda was prepared, this was, as Anne indicated, to be a closed session item. There was an issue of a right-of-way to be discussed. Obviously, the link pathway has been a contentious issue for some in the county. So I think after some further discussions with administration, it was suggested that we move this to a public item, just so there is no question about the transparency on this item. I think it's important that we move forward in that matter. Having said that, obviously there's always going to be challenges presented, and there will be times when we do need to go into a closed session, but at the end of the day, this is Council's agenda, and I believe it serves Council best if we have that in open session. So just maybe a little bit of conversation on that. That's that's the rationale behind that decision. Is there anything further regarding the agenda? Seeing none. Mark?
I would move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Thank you. Any discussion? Last question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item D, adoption of the minutes of the council meeting, December 6, 2021. You've all been circulated the minutes. Are there any errors, omissions, or any issues with the minutes? Claus?
I'll move the minutes of December 6 as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. One other thing I should have noted, Councillor Zeenstra was unable to join us today. He did pass along his regards and did provide some feedback on a number of items. So we'll touch on that when the time comes. Sorry for not mentioning that sooner. Moving down, department reports, municipal services, G1.1. Shaughnessy Phase 4 engineering and land purchase. Request for additional funding.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I'll just open up the map here and go to the, pardon me, the location so everybody knows what I'm speaking to. Map's a little filled. Okay, so the engineering and tender preparation for Shaughnessy Phase 4 has been progressing over the past year. And through this process, we found the need to add additional items to the scope of work that were not originally specified. Shaughnessy has several aging assets, as everybody knows, and through the design process, we found it to be beneficial to include additional items such as additional sewer replacement, water line replacement, some lagoon transfer replacements, and stormwater outlet piping. The original budget for this project was $90,000 for the engineering and land purchase, and an additional $26,000 is required to complete the remaining work for a total budget of $116,000. I'll just go through some background information. If you look on the map here, this is First Street in Shaughnessy, extending from the highway all the way to the end of the street right here. The original scope of this project was based on a 20-year infrastructure master plan, which is a high-level conceptual design for all the infrastructure that needs to be required in the next 20 years throughout the hamlet. It was used as a guide for this phase, as it was the previous three phases. But like I said, through the design process, we found the need to add additional items to the scope. Through discussions with MBE throughout the past year, we did discuss these items, and they did not, I guess, notify me at the time that additional budget was required to complete these items. Once we got closer to the end of the design, they gave me a call and said, we're running low on budget because these items that we didn't account for earlier. So in order to complete the design fully, we do need an additional, like I said, $26,000 in funding. About half of that is just to do the geotechnical. We got to get a tracked rig in this area right here. You can kind of see there's a coulee down there, and there's some current erosion happening in that area. So we need to do some drilling in there to make sure that when we put the outlet piping in, we're not going to cause any further erosion to that slope. Like I said before, in addition, there are some transfer structures within the lagoon that need to be replaced as well when they were looked at a little bit further. So my recommendation this morning is that County Council approves an additional $26,000 from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative towards the Shaughnessy Phase 4 Engineering and Land Purchase Project for a total budget of $116,000. Is there any questions from Council?
Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the additional $26,000 that had to come there, is that also including, because I think over the last year, since you had the price at first, because we budgeted for that last year already, right?
Correct.
So part of that went up too, or is that still the same?
Like their unit rates, so to speak, for their time, they have not increased.
Okay.
No.
Any other questions from council? Claus?
Then I'll move the recommendation that County Council approves the additional 26,000 from the Municipal Sustainable Initiative towards the Shaughnessy Phase 4 engineering and land purchase project to a total budget of $116,000.
Thanks, Claus. Any discussion? One?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So land purchase, is that down by the lagoon or?
I can actually show you on the map here. The parcel that we purchased is right where my cursor is, if you can see that. Sorry, I can.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
You see it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm.
So that's the whole block or the lot?
Yes, that's
Oh.
correct. Yeah, so we have acquired this lot, and then we've also acquired from Municipal Affairs this lot right here. So those will both act as surcharge ponds. So the water will be directed there and then slowly released.
That was a very challenging process.
Yes, that was a 2-year process of Municipal Affairs.
Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the price of the lots there?
That lot was assessed at $35,000, and that's what we paid.
That is about the same price as all the lots in Shaughnessy itself.
For a bare land lot, that's what I was given from the assessor,
Okay,
yes.
Thanks.
Anything further from council? Seeing nothing, I'll ask the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks,
Thank you.
Evan. Moving down, G1.2, 2020 Agricultural Service Board Convention or Conference, Westin Hotel Edmonton, January 25th to 27th, 2022.
Good morning, Council. Thank you,
Morning,
Mr. Chairman. So I'll brief over this very quickly. For new council members, annually, typically, there is an ASB conference that council has attended in the past. This year, the past 2 years, 21 was canceled due to COVID. So 2022, the ASB conference is going to be held January 25th to 27th at the Westin Hotel in Edmonton. This year's, for your guys' knowledge, the conference is rotated on an annual basis in between the different regions throughout the province, so South Region, Central Region, North Region. So this one is targeted at the North Region. Previous council direction and previous year's council has approved any member of the ASB board wishing to attend the provincial conference authorized to do so. The ASB board is comprised of pretty much all of council. The chairman currently is Councillor Hickey. So just some general background information.
No,
Each-
No,
No?
no.
Sorry.
Claus.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. I'm thinking of the voting delegate members then.
Yeah.
That is Councillor Hickey. Okay. Okay, each year the ASB rotates through each of the 5 regions in the province. This year's conference will be hosted at the Westin. So this is just a question of, I've got the details of the conference were posted below. So this is just a matter of which members of council would be approved to attend this conference. I've got the registration fee. There is $500 for each council member, plus additional hotels and expenses. And my recommendation is to leave that to council's decision.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any questions or discussion from council? Claus?
Seeing there's no questions, I'll move that County Council authorize any member of the Agriculture Service Board wishing to attend the 2020 Provincial Agriculture Service Board Conference in Edmonton, scheduled for January 25 to 27, 2022, to do so.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion? Jeremy?
Just one quick other point. For booking hotels and for the registrations, we will need to know exactly which council members are going to attend.
Okay, and when, do you have a deadline for that, when you'd like that, Jeremy?
Preferably, if we can have that decided today, then we can get those registrations done.
Okay. So we do have a motion. Maybe we'll deal with that first and then deal with the second part. So if there's nothing further, I will ask the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And if we could, by the end of the day today, forward if you'd like to attend, forward that on to Jeremy or Candace, and we can get that booked. That'd be great. Ann?
Just a reminder that that's significantly close to our strategic planning session too, so it would mean back-to-back.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be going.
Okay.
Okay, we'll wait for council to provide those. Thank you
Thanks,
very
Chairman.
much.
We'll deal with the addition now, Devin, the G 1.3, the request from the Municipal District of Taber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did pass out this letter from the Municipal District of Taber that Arlos sent Ann late last week. Apologies for the short notice, but we did just receive this letter. So essentially what they're looking for is support from Lethbridge County for an Alberta Community Partnership grant application. What they're looking to do is formalize and establish a regional service delivery model and entity with the same or similar membership as that currently comprises the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee and would like municipal and relevant irrigation district members. The partnership would procure a third-party firm to conduct a review and as well provide recommendations for the regional partnership and existing committee, which would include but not be limited to key stakeholder consultation, review of legal formalization opportunities and regional service delivery models, based on the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee agreed upon model, business case development, and implementation and establishment of agreed upon regional models. So, like I said, essentially what they're looking for is a resolution from council to support their Alberta Community Partnership grant application.
Ann?
One of the things that they're hoping that this study can do in my discussions with the CAO from the MD of Taber is they're hoping that this study will be able to show whether there's a need or not for a more permanent concrete committee to oversee these drainage issues.
Thank you, Ann. Yeah, and maybe I could just add to that, just, I haven't, the committee, the Southern Regional Drainage Committee hasn't met recently, but at our last couple of meetings, and maybe Devin, you could dovetail this, it has been an agenda item that we talk about maybe formalizing the agreement we have. Right now, you know, we meet at the MD office in Taber. Primarily, it is MD staff that is doing the heavy lifting on this, the grant applications. It is flowing through the MD of Taber, and there had been discussion at the committee level about possibly moving forward and maybe formalizing this a little bit more and making it a more self-standing entity that can stand on its own two legs. And like I said, not having had this conversation recently at that table, I just see this as maybe that first step towards fleshing out that and seeing if that is feasible. Would that be accurate, Devin?
I think you're absolutely correct. The MD at Taber has been spearheading this initiative, and it is taking a lot of resources. And yeah, they're, like you say, more looking to formalize an entity to lead this committee instead of being solely on the MD at Taber's shoulders.
And through this, there isn't a commitment other than just offering that letter of support. Is that correct?
That's what I understand from this. Yeah, just offering that support, and then through this third-party resource conducting this review, then I'm sure something will come back as part of that for further discussion.
Thank you. Klaus?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Since we just got this one here, I was not able to go through this. Can you elaborate a little bit on what the plan is and what the grant is going to be for? And I know you kind of went through it already, but can you elaborate on a little bit more what the work that's going to be done and what we need the money for?
Sure, and I'm really just, like I say, reading from the letter here, so they'll be conducting review to provide recommendations on looking at key stakeholder consultation, review of legal formalization opportunities and regional service delivery models, implementation and establishment of agreed upon regional models, financial evaluations of options for funding and cost recovery mechanisms to sustain the regional partnership, recommendations for an optimal regional governance model with the goal of enhancing existing intermunicipal partnerships, And the primary expected outcome is the establishment of a viable regional entity that can effectively deliver the projects and program of the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee over the long term.
Okay, would that be, because we, of course, we got the other one that we're gonna be all, gonna be working on with the, what is that, the other one that we have?
The horsefly
The
spillway?
horsefly. Could this be in combination with that one somehow, that we could work together? Because isn't it kind of a little bit the same? Is that what?
Yeah, close. So what that horsefly is part of this committee, and I guess what the idea behind what's in front of us here is just taking that committee and formalizing it, potentially looking at how it's funded, where it's getting its direction, I suppose. I think that's been a matter of contention at our table at points, is to make sure that you're bringing all the stakeholders value. I think from what I take away from this, it's a way to explore that, see where the value is, and then hopefully, I think the hopeful end result from the MD's perspective is to maybe take that off their plate and put it into a different entity that can handle all that administration of the projects, like the horsefly and that. So it's not directly on the MD's table. It would be within this body. Is that? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the biggest point is you somehow or other need to get buy-in from the municipalities that are kind of on the edge, and perhaps this committee would be able to have that ability to do that. Otherwise, I can't see this project moving ahead. It's just too expensive for 2 or 3 people or communities to put into.
Yeah, I think that's well said, Lauren. I think there does need to be some greater traction, like you said, especially with some of the larger entities, the urbans, trying to really sell that message that we're all impacted by these extreme events, and if there's a way to get more voices at the table and then more dollars behind it, I think that's extremely important.
So, thank
Klaus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, with all the people that are on the horsefly committee and all the people that have agreed to put down the money for that, would that be part of this one, or we're going to take that out of there and then start from scratch and ask for support for this project?
No, this isn't so much as a project. It's just more, think of it more as administration for all of the projects. This would be just the actual entity itself. It might have its own name, a different name possibly. It would have I guess, legal standing, possibly administration of its own that wouldn't be tied to the administration of MD of Tabor directly, possibly. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you could more directly compare it to the Highway 3 Twinning Association kind of idea.
Yep. Just maybe taking what's there now. This is a loose gathering of surrounding municipalities, and that would just be formalizing it, having an administrator, and doing that work. It would really just be a formalization of what's already happening. Anything further from council? How would you like to proceed? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that the Lethbridge County Council support, how would you like this worded?
Perhaps Lethbridge County Council
Yeah.
support the Municipal District of Tabor's application for Alberta Community Partnership Grant application under the intermunicipal collaboration component for the purpose of developing options and implementation of formalizing the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee partnership. I can give this to you.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Larry. We'll move down to community services. G 2.1, repeal of establishment and operation of fire department bylaw number 771.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council. The executive summary of this very short report is that the establishment and operation of fire department bylaw number 771 is simply no longer operative and no longer necessary and has really virtually no relevance to Lethbridge County operations, and therefore we're recommending that this bylaw be repealed. We're recommending that 3 readings of the repealing bylaw be given today, if that's council's choice, Mr. Chairman. So this bylaw was actually adopted 37 years ago in 1984. And to tell you the truth, I must apologize, but it was buried sort of so far in the records and so long ago that we sort of inadvertently stumbled upon it, to tell you the truth. It's, again, just it's not relevant. It's never referred to. It makes references to sections in the legislation that no longer exist or have changed in that 37-year period. So again, really, in our view, serves no purpose at all other than perhaps to confuse things with where we are today in Lethbridge County. Back in October of this year, Council did adopt Lethbridge County Fire Services Bylaw number 2117, and that bylaw established formally and moving forward Lethbridge County Fire Services and cites all current legislation and position titles and proper names of our contracted municipalities, which have, of course, as well changed in that 37-year period. And just to be clear here, Mr. Chairman, because of the fact that all bylaws must be repealed by bylaw, because we're not looking to adopt, for example, a new fire services bylaw, that if we were, we could have a clause in there that would say, you know, bylaw 771 is hereby repealed. But because we're not doing that, we just have to create it seems kind of silly in some ways, but obviously we need to follow the legislation and just create this very simple one-page bylaw that asks to repeal this particular bylaw. We didn't identify any particular advantages to keeping it, and in fact, disadvantages might be just, you know, sort of confusion, ambiguity, records on the books that have no meaning or serve no purpose to Lethbridge County. So that is the reason for our recommendation today, Mr. Chairman, and if I don't think I have anything more really to add on this, and maybe I'll just turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
You're welcome.
Any questions from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just out of curiosity, this bylaw, when you said when you repeal it, you are not, you're completely going away from it and you can't put another one in place like it? Did I catch that correctly, or?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Hickey. Sorry, maybe I didn't explain quite clearly enough. Maybe one way to explain it, to frame it up in simple terms, is back in October when bylaw 21 whatever that number is on the first page, 017, was adopted by council and established the Lethbridge County Fire Services. In a perfect world, within that bylaw, we would have had a clause that said, upon adoption of this bylaw, bylaw 771 from 1984 is repealed. But because we overlooked that, let's say, or didn't include that, we just need this very, very simple bylaw that just says this old bylaw is gone. And then the new bylaw that we've adopted really does nothing moving forward for us. It's just sort of current. It accomplishes what we're looking for and asking council to consider today, and nothing more.
Lauren?
So then theoretically, looking to the future, if you were to have the establishment of a fire department, do you have to change the bylaw you just mentioned in October we passed?
Right.
Or how do you, because you've appealed this one, how do you get around that?
Fair question, Mr. Chairman. My view is that we would simply, after today, if council proceeds as is being recommended, this is ancient history and plays no bearing on whatever this council or any future councils may choose to do with establishing or changing any kind of fire-related bylaws in the future. You're welcome.
Does that answer your question, Lauren? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way I'm looking at this and sort of understanding this is when we passed 21017, it essentially replaces this one, but you didn't realize this one was on the books because it was buried so deeply. So had that been known at the time, 21017 would have essentially replaced 771.
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Kurbis, yes, at a high level, broadly speaking, you know, ideally, in retrospect, if we had done that, I think it would have been a little cleaner, a little smoother. The bylaws are different, and yet they touch on some, areas that overlap and sort of have some commonality to them. But again, if you had a chance to look at Bylaw 771, it's just so redundant, so obsolete. It talks about the county's fire department, and of course we know the county doesn't have and own specifically any fire department or fire departments. So, Councillor Kerpus's question and point, I think, is legitimate and valid and somewhat accurate for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything, John?
And given that information, I'd like to move, sorry, just to get up to the spot here, that we repeal the inactive, that we repeal bylaw number 771 that was adopted in 1984.
Yeah, maybe.
For the first one.
Yeah, so the recommendation is that the repeal of inactive bylaws number 21-022 be read a first time. Is that?
That would be, yeah, sorry. Right. Okay, so I'll start over. That repeal of the inactive bylaws number 21-022 be read for the first time.
Thanks, John.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Anything from council? I'll ask the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Would someone like to move second? Mark?
I'd move that repeal of inactive bylaws number 21-022 be read a second time.
Thank you, Mark. Question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And to proceed. John?
I'd like to move that the council proceed to consideration of third reading of the repeal of inactive bylaws number 21-022.
Thank you, John. And to proceed, this will have to be unanimous. So I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And third reading. Clause.
Move that we repeal the inactive bylaws number 21-022 be read for the third time and adopted.
Thank you, Clause. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you,
very
Larry.
much.
We'll move down to G 2.2, Economic Development, the 2021 fourth quarter report of major projects and activities. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of council. Just one moment here.
Proceed whenever you're ready, Martin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good morning to you and to members of council. Just to reintroduce myself, I do know we have two new councillors here. I'm Martin Abel, the Economic Development Officer for Lethbridge County, and coming up on 9 years of service with county administration. So traditionally, in the past, I've provided several reports directly to council every year on my activity, on my work and activity in general economic development happenings in the county. It's a chance for me to provide that information to council directly and for council to ask questions and provide feedback as such. The last almost 2 years since March of 2020 with the pandemic has been a little bit unusual. Some of the activities that traditionally I would have done, such as going out on business visits directly to businesses in the county, haven't occurred or have occurred in much modified form. However, I'm pleased to report to council that work has not stopped, and in fact, since May of this year, we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of inquiries and potential projects that are on the go. So my report here this morning will just be kind of a high-level overview. Once I've provided it, I'm happy to entertain questions, and that may be the best way to get specific information that council may be looking for. So perhaps the most exciting development, and the one that's taken maybe the most of my time and effort since May, is that we have 4 significant potential new businesses examining Lethbridge County. For reasons of confidentiality, as I work with these businesses, I can't reveal them by name, but administration, our CAO, and my director are familiar with these cases, have been working with me on them. One of them council is familiar with. There was a presentation done last month, and we'll be considering it a little bit later today. The total value of these four potential new businesses is well over $500,000 if they were all to come to pass, with the potential for.
Sorry, when you say the value, are you talking assessment value or?
Yes, the investment
Just
value
for
and,
clarity,
and,
yeah.
and assessment value, yes, thank you, just for clarity there. So these are substantial installations, substantial investments, and again, a potential of somewhere between 600 to 800 new jobs total. So we're working through them. Some of them are a little bit further along than others. But even if one or two of them were to actually transpire, it would be of great economic benefit to the county and into our tax base as well. So that's probably the thing that I'm most excited about and working on most actively. The other thing that I would like to stress to council in my work as economic development officer is the health of existing businesses. It's always exciting when new businesses come, but we measure also the health of our existing business community. And again, the pandemic has created stress, has had an impact on our existing businesses, but nevertheless, a number of our current county businesses are in the process of expanding or plan to expand in the very near future. In fact, yesterday our development officer received the development permit application for a large expansion along Highway 3, which would be very welcome, and that business has recently expanded twice already. So this is anecdotal. I'm just kind of being very general and very vague, again, for reasons of confidentiality. But the news is that even though we are facing somewhat unprecedented times, at least in recent history, economic activity has not stopped. In fact, as I say, since about May of this year, has picked up quite dramatically. One of our ongoing issues is broadband internet. Some of the longer-serving council members are well aware of this issue. We are in ongoing talks with one of the large local telecoms. In May of this year, I went out with a couple of the technicians to tour parts of the county to look at what potentially could be done to improve service and speed in those parts of the county. We've also had meetings with the regional manager, and we are expecting any day now to receive some preliminary proposals of what they might do, especially in the Lethbridge to Coaldale corridor and perhaps up towards Picture Butte. We realize the county is a lot larger than that, a lot more geographic, but you have to start somewhere, and these seem to be like the best areas where there's a high level of business concentration where we could have the biggest impact. So that's another important piece of work that I'm doing. This fall, I also did some updates to the county's internal business directory. This is good for our purposes as we track our businesses, support our businesses, and also for fire safety and fire inspections. It serves a dual role so that we can do our fire inspections and ensure that that the businesses are all compliant and safe for their workers and for the surrounding areas and properties. And finally, just ongoing promotional work of Lethbridge County, putting us out there into the world, into Alberta, into Canada, and the world as a place to do business, as a place to invest, as a good place to be. I do that in part through our advertising on behalf of the county and promotion on behalf of the county itself, but also in conjunction with some regional organizations such as Canada's Premier Food Corridor and Canada's Western Gateway. And I'll just take a moment. I did bring in the Canada's Premier Food Corridor pull-up banner just for some visual, and I'm going to show a short video here just for council's interest in just a moment. But why these things are important is we're all very familiar with Lethbridge County. I work for Lethbridge County. You are councilors here in the county. And so everything here is very familiar. But you go up to other parts of the province or other parts of Canada, never mind internationally, and it starts to become hazier. You know, you talk to people from outside of Canada, and maybe knowing even where Calgary is, a large metropolis, starts to get a little bit tricky. So in order to put ourselves on the map, we've kind of regionally decided that it makes sense to create entities such as Canada's Premier Food Corridor that kind of get a bit of a broader definition than just an individual municipality. For example, if I say to you all Silicon Valley, you have something that comes to mind. You might not know which municipalities exactly are in Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, San Jose, etc. But you know, if I say Silicon Valley, or most people would know generally what I'm talking about, San Francisco Bay Area, high-tech sector. So by establishing entities like this for marketing and for other activities, it gives a bit of more of an identity than the individual municipalities. We can also pool our funds for marketing purposes and so forth. So some of my work involves meeting with that. Lethbridge County is a central member of both of those, as well as several other entities. So with Council's permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to show a short video on Canada's Premier Food Corridor. It's one of the first ones, and it just gives Council a bit of an idea of the kind of work and the kind of promotion we're doing.
Thank you.
Whole Leaf is a 5-acre facility, and it's a high-tech greenhouse that is specifically focused on growing high nutritious, high-quality leafy greens 365 days a year.
So at this facility here, we bring in canola seed. We receive about 3,000 metric ton seed every day, and then we process the seed that are sold to both local and global market.
We're in southern Alberta because southern Alberta hosts the most amount of sunlight hours anywhere in Canada. Plants need sunlight, so that's why we're here. Canada's Premier Food Corridor allows us easy, quick access into Calgary as well as to the United States, and access to all of our most important customers. We can go east, we can go west, we can go north, we can go south. Anywhere we need to go, we're in the perfect spot to do that.
We choose to be here in the Canada's Premier Food Corridor because Lethbridge is strategically located closer to the US border as well as closer to the west coast. We have a significant advantage with the supply chain as well as procuring seed from the local farmers.
The sunlight hours that we're able to capture through low iron glass and through the greenhouse makes this the best place to grow leafy greens. Southern Alberta is a hub of economic activity. We've got great access to local employment, and we've got access to safe, clean water that we can use in our operation every day.
We have University of Lethbridge and Lethbridge College where we can attract skilled labor that can make a significant contribution to the business as a whole.
The St. Mary's Irrigation District provides us with safe, clean water and everything that we need to make sure that our plants are healthy and great tasting. Whole Leaf is incredibly proud to be the sole supplier for all of Wendy's restaurants across Canada for their salad blend as well as all of their lettuce for their sandwiches. We couldn't have done it unless we were here. Whole Leaf is a 5-acre facility, and it's a high-tech greenhouse that is specific.
I just have a quick question.
This is a broad-based question, and Martin and I have discussed this too at length. So I think it's one of the things that as council we have to council needs to consider is where do we sit as Lethbridge County in the greater economic development of southern Alberta. So we have these various entities that we're part of, Economic Development Lethbridge, which I would say is fairly city-centric. We also have SouthGrow, which Martin's going to be talking about in a little bit. But I think when we're doing our overall strategic planning, we need to figure out where exactly do we, as a municipality and as a county, see our best benefit through these organizations. And for example, this one, Canada's Premier Food Corridor, there's four different municipalities involved in it, but it seems like now the city is almost becoming the driving force. So then, of course, things are going to be slanted more to the city. So I just want everybody to think about that when we're having these discussions over the next couple of months.
Plus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was thinking like, because we need some, probably, well, you can never advertise enough with this kind of stuff. So is there, what are we doing to that? I mean, these videos are nice, but we gotta get people to look at them, we gotta get people to know what we're doing here in the south, and even in other parts, even in our southern neighbor. So, are there any ways that we can be more open, like big agriculture? Because I mean, this is basically, the majority is agriculture, and I think if the city's going to walk away with the, trying to do more industry and everything, that's fine. But I mean, I still think that we've got to promote our agriculture more than we're actually doing now, and I think that we, if we put the emphasis on that more, that we go to big agriculture related seminars that were there, like in the east of the country, in Ontario and Quebec, get people interested, to let them know what we're doing. I'm sure you guys are on that, but I mean, is there any more that we can do?
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Vanderveen, thank you for your comments, Councillor, and your question. I believe the short answer is there's always more we could be doing. And your point is well taken. Nothing beats feet on the ground, having a physical presence somewhere. Of course, over the last couple of years, many conferences, trade shows, and so forth have gone virtual because of the pandemic and because of travel restrictions and safety restrictions. But I would agree that in the future, it would make sense perhaps to include in the budget perhaps some extra funds, and this will be something potentially for council to look at through strategic planning. But for attendance, and attendance doesn't necessarily have to be your economic development officer. Attendance can also be members of council, members of senior administration that go and interact and meet people and make connections. And a big part of the job is those connections, that network. We have our factory in Lethbridge County. It's great, we're doing great, it's been a great experience, as they talk over a golf game or a business lunch somewhere else, and then now somebody in Toronto's like, for our expansion, maybe we should be thinking about Lethbridge County. Company XYZ has had a great experience there. So I kind of have drifted a little bit, perhaps, Councillor, and my apologies if I have, but absolutely, we're doing our best currently with our budget and with the restrictions of COVID, but there's definitely room for more work and more strategic approaches in the future.
Lauren, I'll go Lauren first, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, as kind of was mentioned earlier, that I think at strategic planning, I think the core focus should be on where do we direct our money more so. Like, we're going to have to pick our partners more specific than we currently do, because, quite frankly, you can't belong to everything. So you have to pick the ones I think that strategically make the most sense to have an alliance with, and to build from that. So I think that would be a topic that we would want to talk about at planning.
Thanks, Lauren. And maybe Anne, you kind of, I think you kind of already touched on where I was going to go. I've already attended 2 meetings as the county's representative to Economic Development Lethbridge, 2 meetings and a 2-hour orientation. And I do have some pretty, I guess, substantial concerns, I think, as to how we fit into that bigger picture, that bigger puzzle. And to Lauren's point, I think it is important that we have those discussions moving forward. I think the CPFC is a perfect example of that, where you have a number of smaller municipalities, urban and rural, but you also have the elephant in the room as the city. And the video that you showed there, Martin, is great, I think. It doesn't really specifically lay anything out, but my concern is some of the other ones that I've seen, where you have Canada's premier food corridor, and it highlights a business park within the city and the advantages of relocating to that business park. My concern, I guess, is that we're being left out of that picture there, and if it's just going to be a vehicle for the large urban entity, I think that's something that we need to be cognizant of, that we're having that brand value, having that recognition. And while technically I have a seat at the table, and technically the county has a seat at that table, I do have concerns moving forward with what that looks like and how we're able to leverage that into returns for our municipality. Martin?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for those comments, and I'm glad to bring this topic up today, and I'm glad that from the sounds of it, Council and Senior Administration are looking to have this as a fulsome discussion topic at strategic planning moving forward. And I think this strategic planning is especially important because it's the beginning of an election cycle, and Council has an opportunity to somewhat set the direction for the next 4 years until the next municipal election. I don't want to say defense because that makes it sound perhaps more adversarial, but perhaps a slight explanation. The videos that you've seen of Canada's Premier Food Corridor, these are early ones. They had to start somewhere, and so they started one that was quite city-focused, and then this other one that was, balanced between Richardson in the city and Whole Leaf, which is in the county. There's more videos to come, and we also have the right, as members of the CPFC, to pull apart these videos and put our own footage in and re-edit them. So, Mr. Chairman, it's not to disagree with you. I think your observations and your concerns are well taken and should be considered by Council as this is discussed further. But we're only kind of at the beginning of this, so perhaps take what you've seen with somewhat of a grain of salt. There's more to come, and we'll have more opportunity to put our own material into these in the future.
Thank you, Martin. That's encouraging. Anne?
That's good news, Martin. There are 4 municipalities. My concern is that, and we've had this conversation, because the one entity there has a larger staff complement, they seem to be the loudest voice. So we need to make sure that our voice is equally as loud if we have to bring in the 2 other municipalities that voice isn't being heard as well. So I think we need to strongly go back and say, if we are part of this partnership, we need to be equal partners rather than a minor partner. That's my
Claus and then Mark?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have to agree with the Reeve sitting on the economic development, because I was on there for the last 4 years, and it's really hard to get something going for the county itself there at that board table. And I think with the new council that is there, maybe we're going to be getting some different direction there, and that would be great. And I'm really encouraged that the broadband looks like we're going to be seeing something in the near future, because I think that's one of the main ones that if business want to come to town, the first thing they ask, do you have broadband? Second thing they ask is, do you have enough fresh water? Third thing they ask, do you have wastewater? And we've been talking about that over the last 4 years, as long as I've been in there, about that. And I think that these are the main things that hinder us from going ahead with getting new businesses in our food corridor or anywhere else. And I think that with that, if we can have a better connection with the city, and because we can't do without them, we know that, but that we get better communication going, and that we can do something maybe together, but that we're also going to be included, that they see and realize that we do need some more water and everything to make them grow, to make us grow.
Martin?
Mr. Chairman, if I could briefly respond to Councillor Vanderveen's comments, which I think, again, are very good. An observation, and it's all true, I do think sometimes our infrastructure is somewhat of our Achilles heel as a municipality. Agri-food processing does generally require large amounts of potable water, food-grade water, and generates a considerable amount of wastewater most of the time. As such, water is always a question, or almost always a question for us. The other thing is, and I hope our neighbors across the street do realize or remember, even in the city's agri-food portfolio, businesses such as Richardson's, Cavendish, PepsiCo, and others, where are the raw inputs coming from? They're coming from the county, from the producers in the county. So without the county and without a strong agricultural sector well supported, those things would dry up or be greatly diminished at the city level. So again, points well taken, ongoing discussions with the city. I know that senior administration and council are moving forward with new discussions, meetings with the new council at the city to try and maybe establish a better framework moving forward for some of this joint development. I think that will be very important to maximize our potential and also benefit the city too.
Thank you, Martin. I think that's your points are well made, and I think that's something that we have tried to stress to our neighbors across the street in the previous term, and I know just in some very limited discussions to this point, we've tried to stress that as well, that the interconnectivity of that relationship and the reliance on one another. So points well made, and I think we'll continue to beat that drum. Mark?
Just following up on Councillor Vanderveen's piece here, I think we have an opportunity here to work together with the city and other municipalities. There's new councils, a lot of new faces. In the past, I think there's been some hasn't been a real willingness to work together. There's been some issues, and I think we have an opportunity now moving forward to look at working together in a collaborative nature and realize that we're better together, working as a group. Right now, a lot of the issues I think are out in regional areas, like is it the city of Lethbridge, is it the county of Lethbridge? We need to realize that this is more of a national and global stage that we're working on too. So for us to be effective, we need to work together and speak as one voice, and I think we have a huge opportunity to do that. I think that the county's starting to work that direction. I think we need to take the lead with the city, and I think there's willingness for them to work with us, and I think it's an important thing that we all get together in a room and understand that. And it's not who's in charge and who's the biggest player in the sandbox, but that we're all in this. We're part of a team. I know economic development in Lethbridge is a huge machine, and they've been going for quite a while. So I think there needs to be an understanding there that the county is a vital part of that, and let's work together. So.
Thanks, Mark. I think once again, points well made. Martin, if I could if anyone else has anything maybe in that vein, is there anything council would like to touch on while we're on that? Klaus?
I would just like to ask, thank you, Mr. Chairman, ask one question. You mentioned just in the beginning about the broadband, and then you said the next step would be trying to get it to Picture View. Do you have some businesses or whatever that looks like we're going to be getting something done there, that the next one was for broadband, and that it looks like some new business coming up, or just for the existing businesses?
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Vanderveen, the improvement to the broadband or potential improvement projects weren't spurred by potential new businesses, although there are two of those that I was mentioning earlier, two of those larger ones that could be possibly in that area. But this is just purely to work to improve the existing structure for the existing businesses. Now, if we have new and better connectivity in that area, it will only enhance what we can offer potentially new businesses and future businesses that might consider coming there. But that wasn't the motivation for these particular improvements.
So just going back, I guess, to the overall theme of economic development, I know that I know you touched on that there's obviously some potential, and some of that might be hopefully come to fruition sooner rather than later. I know in the past you've spoken to the fact that essentially economic development in a lot of ways is playing that long game, and you put your lines in the water and you do that work, and you try and prepare yourself as best possible and position yourself for those possible opportunities. If we were to peel away, I guess, what Claus and I think Lauren and Mark have all touched on, is that water piece, that wastewater piece, the broadband piece. I think we're all aware that we have some deficiencies in those respects. What can we I think you have a captive audience here. What can we as council do to support economic development in the county? Aside from obviously those are, that's some heavy lifting there for us. And I think we've all agreed that we need to do that. But what else, where are we missing out, I guess? How do we get the leads converted into, get those across the goal line? And Anne, I see your hand. I'll go to you first.
I'm going to jump in, Mark.
Okay. This is good.
So we have been administratively working really hard to try and get over this water and wastewater hurdle that we have. So I know tomorrow, our manager of infrastructure is actually taking the director of infrastructure, the new director of infrastructure, out on a road tour. And we've been attempting this for couple of months now, but it's actually going to happen tomorrow. So we've been working with their senior leadership team across the street and ours to talk about water and wastewater and the challenges that we have. So I think we've moved forward with that. But to your question, politically, we need the political and the political to meet, which the city manager and I are trying to set up a council-to-council meeting. Because I think I agree with a couple of the councillors said this. We need to work collectively, and while sometimes there was the administrative will, there wasn't the political, and vice versa. But I think with the new members around both council tables and administratively, we've made some progress over the last 4 months. So I feel like we're getting there, but we do need political push from this council, and we do need support on the other side of the street. So what can you do to help move things forward is talk to all your other councillor colleagues across the street, not just in the formal setting, but in the informal setting as well. And use your voice when you're sitting on Economic Development Lethbridge, but also use your voice if we put somebody on the SouthGrow as well. That's mine.
Thanks, Ann. Martin?
And if I might add, Mr. Chairman, I think Ann's points are very well stated, but I would re-emphasize that. I'm your one economic development officer here at the county, and I do the very best I can, and I'd like to think I do good work, but I'm only one person. You have your constituencies for the various divisions, you go to various conferences, you interact with members, provincial, sometimes federal, and you can really help me and the county, just again, doing what Ann is saying, beating that economic development drum. You know, if we have a new project that's been publicly announced, wave that flag. We're proud of this. You know, they found that Lethbridge County was a great place to come. And by the way, did you know we're doing this? We have the highest gross agricultural receipts of any rural municipality in Alberta. Again, I think sometimes we're Canadians, we're maybe a little bit on the modest side. We don't want to toot our horn. We don't want to brag and boast. And yet you can bet, you know, Calgary Economic Development has more resources and more staff than all of the Southern Alberta development municipalities and they are not shy. If we think economic development Lethbridge throws its weight around a little bit, wait until you meet Calgary. Makes economic development Lethbridge look like a kind of a modest retiring person at a tea party, and so this is who we're in with, and you know, in some cases we're allies. You know, when it comes to selling Alberta to, you know, Asia, to Europe, we're all working together. But when it comes to attracting a specific facility, a specific factory, perhaps, then sometimes we're rivals, and we have to do that. So, council, I don't want to ever put you in a position where you feel you have to go out on a limb. I understand you have to sometimes be judicious and be careful, but never hesitate to talk up the county, to talk up our economic development potential, our plans, and of course, as Ann said, with our colleagues across the street, keep beating that drum, because to a certain degree, if it comes from me, that's what people expect. Oh, he's the economic development officer. Of course he's going to say good stuff about the county. Of course he's going to give us the spiel. But when it comes from yourselves or other people where it's maybe not expected as much, it's like, oh, wow, boy, they really have some great stuff going on there. You know, we should dig into this a little bit further. Do you have the economic development officer's card? I'm going to email him or give him a call. So that would be my encouragement for you moving forward. Again, you probably will discuss this more in detail at strategic planning and everything, but, you know, always or never be shy about, you know, beating the economic development drum, because, you know, they say in marketing, you know, how many times do you have to see an ad or hear an ad before it actually resonates? You know, more than 20 times. We can never mention positively the county enough. That message, the more it goes out, the better it is for us.
Thank you, Martin. Klaus?
I got one more, sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I got one more thing. Because we finally, like last year, 2 years ago, we got on the team Lethbridge, and we were gonna go to Edmonton and talk to the political people there, and we were gonna do something. And apparently that was gonna be in November, and apparently maybe because of COVID or whatever, things did not go ahead. Is there any way that maybe through our Reeve that's on there that we can see that we can push that ahead, that we don't have to wait till next fall to do something like that? Because we need the political will of Edmonton in order to be able to move forward too.
Thank you, Claus. Yeah, I can touch on that, Claus. We did approve the budget moving forward for economic development Lethbridge at our last meeting, and you are correct. It was canceled due to COVID. Just the fact of, I guess, partially the regulations, but also the optics of having 60 people on a bus from southern Alberta head up there. There wasn't an appetite to support that at the time, but it is in the budget moving forward for this year, and I think just because of that, there's an appetite from the group as a whole to maybe ramp that up, and just not that one meeting, but see what we can do with the dollars allocated to maximize that. So it definitely is on the radar. I can say that for sure. Martin, do you have anything further that you'd like to add to your report?
One final thing, Mr. Chairman, if I may. One of the things that we are working on right now, this is kind of, again, that long play. I'm glad you brought that up. We are having some discussions with researchers at the University of Lethbridge. They are doing work on climate change mitigation, long-term irrigation prospects for southern Alberta, and very interestingly, new ways of converting waste, agricultural waste, to potential energy sources. So most of our correspondence, it's mainly our CAO, Ann Mitchell, and myself, is with Dr. Jim Byrne, a longtime professor in the geography department, but he has assembled a team of researchers over there. And we're just looking at some possibilities in that regard. Of course, I don't think I need to tell anybody here on council, along Feedlot Alley, or along our confined feeding operations, there's an incredible amount of nutrients that are generated that, in the past sometimes have presented challenges for us in terms of disposal and everything. That we could be sitting on a brown gold mine, as it were, if I can use that metaphor, as technology improves and ways to extract value out of those are developed. So again, this is not a short-term thing. I can't say that, there's going to be a pilot plant go up next year or anything like that. But I just wanted to make council aware that some of my activity, again, is looking at medium to long-term, but the potential here to get in on the ground floor with some of these things that could provide lucrative opportunity and new revenue streams for our producers and for the county in the future.
Thank you, Martin. Claus?
With that said, Martin, I think maybe it'd be good to talk to the people that are involved there in Feedlot Alley, talk to those people how much is available, because the majority of what they have there that you're talking about, the potential energy source, is used by themselves. Because they all put it back in the ground, so they save on fertilizer, they hardly buy any fertilizer at all. So it'd be good to, to research that a little bit before you're going to start a whole project and then the product isn't there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Van der Veen. No, thank you for those observations, Councillor. Points are well taken. I can't speak exactly for what activity that has been kind of undertaken by the researchers, the academics at the University of Lethbridge, but they have been looking at things like that, and my understanding is even some preliminary discussions with some of the producers. This is very high level at this stage, so absolutely you want to make sure that your feedstock is adequate and that there's cooperation on the part of producers. They see the benefit, the value, but that's a little bit further along in the process, probably before it becomes more serious.
Thank you, Martin. Anything further on Martin's quarterly report? Good. Claus?
Then I'll move the report, that we take it for information, the report that Martin just gave us.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Martin. Martin, I see that you have a couple more items here. Are you able to stick around for a bit if we take a short break?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'm here at your convenience.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we recess for 5 minutes and we'll come back and continue. to order at 10:52, and we will move down to item G2.3, invitation for Lethbridge County councilors to attend 2022 EDA Xperience Annual Conference and Alberta Economic Development Leaders Summit from April 6th to 8th, 2022 in Kananaskis. Martin?
Mr. Chairman, with your leave, I just would like to distribute a small brochure to members of council.
Thank you. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Economic Development Officer, I am a member of the province's Economic Development Professional Association, the Economic Developers of Alberta. I'm actually also a board member and a member of the executive. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer for the organization. I've been a board member for coming up on 4 years now and Secretary-Treasurer for 2. And every year, the Economic Developers of Alberta hold an annual conference, as do most professional associations. It's usually in late March or early April. The last couple of years with COVID, we've had to go to a virtual format, which we think worked fairly well. But again, we're a gregarious bunch. We like to get together in person and talk and strategize and so forth. So we're hopeful that the 2022 conference, again, April 6th to 8th in Kananaskis, will be a go with suitable health and safety precautions. But of course, it will depend very much on what's going on with the pandemic. I would like to encourage and invite members of council to attend should they so wish and should the schedule permit. It's one thing for me to go and do my thing there, but I very much think that there's a benefit to elected officials attending, and actually traditionally at the conference we get about 50 to 70 elected officials from municipalities across Alberta that do come, and they come to learn, they come to interact with other elected officials and just to network, and I think there's definitely a benefit to that. In the past, pre-pandemic, we've had some members of council attend in different years, and I think they've all found it energizing, interesting, and engaging. And so again, I'd like to throw the invitation out to council. There are 2 options should a member of council or multiple member councillor look to attend. One can go in person, and then the registration, there's different packages for 1 day, for 2 day, but assuming full attendance would be $625 plus the accommodation and mileage and so forth. There is also the opportunity to attend virtually for $200. Of course, you could do that from the comfort of your home or wherever you see fit. So I'm certainly not insisting, but my recommendation to council would be that council authorize any member who wishes to attend to do so, and I can assist with registration or so forth should that be necessary.
Thank you, Martin. Personally, I did attend this event my first year on council, and it was an eye-opening experience, especially when you factor in, as Martin alluded to before, some of the EDA economic development people from some larger centers, obviously a very different focus and a different way of going about things that maybe than we're accustomed to, but it was a great opportunity, a great experience. I'm not sure if it was something that I would personally attend. I personally would attend every year, but I know having attended once, I did find a lot of value in it. Thank you, Martin. Anything else from council? How would you like to proceed? Claus?
I would recommend, I'll move the recommendation that any Lethbridge County Councillor who wish to attend, either in person or virtually, with the experience of the 2022 Economic Development Annual Conference and Leadership Summit from April 6 to 8, be authorized to do so.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Martin, do you have a timeline on when you'll need some responses for that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ideally, by the end of January, which I believe would fall after council strategic planning plan sessions. So that maybe would be an opportunity for further discussion on council's part if they want to strategize about who might want to attend and so forth.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Ann?
It's just kind of tight because our end of January, I wouldn't use that as a date because
Okay.
it's the very end of, right into February 1st, so. Maybe just if you can confirm with Candace, Martin?
I guess, just encourage council, check out your calendars, see how this fits into that calendar, and get back to Candace or Martin at your nearest convenience. John?
Would it be possible to have Candace just send us out a reminder of that?
I'm sure we could, yes. Okay, moving down, item G 2.4, SouthGrow Regional Initiative. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I realize there's a lot of economic development items coming at you today, but these are all important, as it were, and it's good stuff. So Lethbridge County, there's at one time the province of Alberta was divided into Regional Economic Development Alliances, or REDAs. And so there was about 14 in the province, dividing up, and it was kind of alliances of all the municipalities and organizations within that geographic territory to work together, pool resources, and so forth. Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag in terms of experience. For various reasons, further north and centrally in the province, these didn't really get any traction and have largely kind of stagnated. But in southern Alberta, they've actually been quite successful. You may have heard Alberta Southwest mentioned as a term, SouthGrow or Palliser Economic Partnership, PEP. Those are the three from west to east that cover the southwest corner of the province, south central, where we are, and then the southeastern corner. So Lethbridge County was a member up until about 2010 or 2011. We took a few years hiatus and then rejoined SouthGrow in 2016 and have been members ever since. And we've benefited greatly with SouthGrow by doing things like applying for grants, being part of research projects, doing some marketing, co-marketing. It's 30 South Central communities, of which we are one, but many of our neighbors, towns, villages, and other MDs and counties are members. And it's just, again, an organization that kind of help maximize our voice provincially and help leverage our funds nationally. At one time, the province was a stronger supporter financially of these REDAs, but especially over the last couple of years, the province has kind of, I guess, been looking for areas to rationalize costs, and has decreased support for the REDAs, financial support for the REDAs. So as such, the REDAs that are operating have had to increase their fees, their membership fees. And so for the upcoming year, starting in April, SouthGrow has proposed a fee increase from 50 cents per capita to $1 per capita. So essentially doubling our fees with a cap at $10,000 for any entity, which we'd easily come to. So we wanted to bring it forward to council. As I say, we're currently members. There is actually a meeting tonight, which we've already kind of said, you know, we're not sure where our future direction is going to go, so please excuse us, that's fine. But I believe this is an area that council should consider in the future, especially when we talked about the importance of working regionally, and also potentially the importance of balancing or counterbalancing a large urban, like the city of Lethbridge, with more regional partners, and what vehicle might be best to do so. So perhaps I will leave it at that, and of course council is free to ask questions and discuss as they see fit.
Thank you, Martin. Ann?
Just a question for Jen. In the budget, the draft budget that's coming up later, the way it sits, the payout, did we include the payout for SouthGrow? And if so, did we do it with the increase or not?
Thank you, CAO Mitchell. There is funds in there for SouthGrow, but not at the increased rate. I believe this came after, or I was notified after. I could add, just for some information for council, within the financial report, there is a surplus in council's budget, so we could always bring some funds in 2022 to offset that difference for the year.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Ann. Martin, I know you just touched on it. On the last Mayors and Reeves call that I was on, there was some discussion around, there's always discussion around the Ritas and SouthGrow, and there was maybe a suggestion that maybe the tides had turned a little bit and that maybe some of the advocacy was working, and there was some signals coming from the province that there might be maybe a bit of an influx in funds into the Ritas, and maybe they would try and reestablish some of that funding. Is that anything that you've heard on your end? Like, I don't have any concrete evidence other than the suggestion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have not heard that myself, nor has the executive director for SouthGrow made mention of that, perhaps because it is too premature, or this is being discussed or floated, but nothing is being committed to. As mentioned, there was going to be a SouthGrow meeting this evening, or there is going to be, and perhaps that would have come up as a topic, or would perhaps be a topic. But I have not heard anything to that effect.
Okay. And second question, it was brought up at that meeting as well as yesterday at Economic Development Lethbridge. Maybe if you could provide some perspective from your chair. In the province, they've somewhat severed the economic development portfolios in that there is our Minister of Jobs, Doug Schweitzer, but then there is also, with a recent shuffle, I suppose, Minister Horner, who has agriculture and rural development tacked onto that. From the perspective of the rural economic development from our perspective, has that changed anything? Or I guess there was just some discussion at EDL regarding that, and if that's a good thing, if you see that as a good thing moving forward, or how that all kind of shakes out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are good questions, but kind of somewhat complex questions. I would say for our purposes, that kind of reshuffling at the provincial level, reorganization, let's call it, be a little bit more formal, reorganization, it does happen from time to time. And there's always a certain rationale for it. The unfortunate part of that is often that one has to reorient and re-educate staff, because suddenly there's new deputy ministers or associate ministers, and they're new to the portfolio again, and you have to tell them about all the projects and everything like that. So it's hard to say it will be a net benefit or a net, maybe not so beneficial. It will depend somewhat on which people come into the positions, how effective they are, how long they're allowed to serve in that position. Again, if the door rotates too quickly or the staff rotate too quickly, you just get somebody oriented and they move on to a different, or they reshuffle again and it gets moved on to somewhere different. I know that Invest Alberta has been reorganized and has seen a lot of staffing changes, which generally myself and my regional colleagues aren't so happy with, because again, we lose all that institutional knowledge and those connections and networks that we have. So it's a difficult one to answer, Mr. Chairman, because it's really hard to say. There could be some net benefits in this area, maybe some things that are a little bit more disadvantageous in other areas.
Thank you, Martin. Anything from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, do you know, has the city decided to stay in as a member? Or, because they, when we opted out back in the early part of 10 or whatever it was, it's because they did too. Do you know if they are staying back in? We both went back in at the same time again.
Right. Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Hickey, my understanding is that the city has kind of come in, but somewhat at arm's length. So my understanding is that they're a member, but not one of the more active ones. They're providing their funding, but they, I think, do much of their work through Economic Development Lethbridge.
Ann?
Can you confirm that for us, and then let me know, and I'll let council know, and I'm sure you can find that out tonight.
Just looking, they are
They are.
They are an active member, yes, but I'm not sure, to Martin's point, I'm not sure, like you say, how involved they are, but they are a paying member at this point. Lauren?
Thank you again. Well, that is kind of a huge advantage for somebody of their size over ours, the cap of the $10,000. Like, there's only be 2 players at the table who are over the 10,000 population. That'd be us and them. So it's kind of a bit of an equity, I think. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Hickey. Yeah, and the dynamics, and it's always tricky, and I guess I probably don't need to really elaborate on that. When you have some very large entities or a large entity, and then some smaller ones, because how do you balance it and keep it fair? I think one of the reasons that $10,000 cap, that $10,000 cap was put in was that some of the smaller entities were getting a little bit concerned that, well, you know, what if you raise the price again and so forth, we won't be able to afford to stay in. Whereas for the city, of course, $10,000 is, I don't want to say it's negligible, but it's well within their budget capabilities. I wasn't part of those discussions, and so I don't know why or how the dynamics came about for that. It does seem to be a certain iniquity, but I think potentially the counter way of looking at it is that if the city isn't funding the whole thing, or if the city's funding is capped, their influence to a certain degree also is no more than some of the other members. They can't claim that they've put in X resources, therefore they deserve so and so much more weight. I'm speculating, this is my personal view, Mr. Chairman and Councillor Hickey. I'm not saying that was the rationale.
Thanks, Martin. Lauren?
Well, thank you again. I think you're 100% correct. I think it would become more like economic development Lethbridge. The more you put in, the more you want to control things. So I was just wondering what the rationale was. That was all. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Just to maybe touch on SouthGrow, and I think the question before us, and we touched on it briefly at the organizational meeting, is just rather if we see value in being a membership, paying those membership fees, taking into consideration the hike in those fees, and then also appointing a member. From my perspective, personally, I do see value in being a member. I think SouthGrow does, from what I've seen over my time on council, SouthGrow does some of the things that maybe I think frees up Martin to focus on maybe some more of our core economic development opportunities here at the county, while they're chasing grant dollars for broadband, more maybe larger projects that would be more of a regional aspect. I know Martin's come before us before with electric charging stations. That was the impetus behind that was driven by SouthGrow bringing that forward. Some of those maybe broader things that aren't as focused maybe at Lethbridge County, but I think it's another iron in the fire as far as economic development goes for us. My interpretation to this point has been that it tries to manage that relationship and provide a bit of equity between the members. So I do see value in being a member, and I would support going forward with a member, and then once we're a full table, appointing a member. Just my take on that. Martin?
Mr. Chairman, if I may just add to your comments very briefly. One of the things that's a bit of a benefit to Lethbridge County about being in SouthGrow is with the city, again, being a member but not really being terribly active. To Councillor Hickey's point, we're then one of the other larger entities, and I don't think that we exercise undue influence, but we certainly are seen as kind of a significant member, and I think somewhat of a leadership, informal leadership role. What's Lethbridge County doing? Lethbridge County is kind of one of the core members. So it's also a forum and a way, and we could explore how we could increase that, where we can have a positive influence with our regional neighbors. It's another forum for those connections to be made, and where we're one of the larger ones as opposed to having to deal with, again, the difference in size and and economic clout and staffing between the city and the county. So to support what you are saying, Mr. Chairman, I think there's some of those other benefits, somewhat intangible, somewhat hard to quantify, but nevertheless very real.
Thank you, Martin. Claus?
Yeah, I think I echo a lot of the things that were said here, and I think that, SouthGrow, and especially having an ED like Peter on there, he's well-spoken, and he's a very, very sociable person with trying to get to people, and he's very knowledgeable. And I think that, not being part of that would probably, would probably hinder us for the economic, if we want to move on with certain things. And like you said before, grants and so forth and so forth. So I would like to support this one.
Lauren?
Just a question, and I'm not sure who to ask it to, whether you, Tori, or to Ann. Do you see us or regions like Lethbridge and Lethbridge County being put in the same sort of situation as the Edmonton Capital Regional Board or the Calgary, what do they call theirs? I can't think of it. Do you see that coming in the future, like, or have you got any thoughts on that?
Ann?
Yes. No, there's more to it than yes, but one of the discussion points that we are going to have with the council-to-council meeting, and I think it's the first conversation we have to have as two different municipalities, is regional planning and regional economic development. So I could see that happening. And I think that the city, from the indication and the conversations that I've had at this early stage, indicate that as well.
I can't really comment intelligently on that, Lauren. I'm not sure, to be quite frank, from my perspective. Yeah.
That's certainly something they want to consider.
Claus?
So then I think I'd like to move the recommendation that council approves the funds of Lethbridge County continued membership in SouthGrow Regional Initiative for the 22-23 fiscal year, and appoint a member of council to serve on Lethbridge County's representative to the SouthGrow Board of Directors.
Anything further from council? See none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
And once we get into the new year, maybe at one of our early meetings in the new year, we can add this back to the agenda and address the membership then, or the representative, sorry.
It'll be on the 13th.
Thank you. Martin?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I could just offer my thanks to yourself and to council for your interest and encouragement and support, and just moving forward as we kind of move into this full 4-year term. Again, that encouragement to please be active partners with me. I'm your formal economic development officer, but I really do depend on my colleagues on staff and also on council for the county to achieve its full goals and potential. So many thanks to you. I look forward to working with you on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Martin. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Martin.
We can move down now to corporate services, G3. Item G3.1, tax penalty waiver request, roll number 543-30100. Morning, Jen.
Good morning, council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in front of you, you have a tax waiver penalty request in the amount of $99.23. A letter has been received from a Mr. and Mrs. Vanderbrink requesting the waiver of the penalty, as you probably have read. It's with regards to a recent purchase that they made, and it seems that the tax payment was inadvertently missed by both parties. However, they have since paid the full balance, including the penalty, as of October 7th. Vanderbrinks indicated that the taxes were due on September 30th. However, they're actually due July 31st, so that was the actual tax penalty date, is September 30th. And that's when the $99.23 was levied against that property. Administration has recommended not to waive the tax penalty, as they were levied as per the tax penalty bylaw number 1273. And additionally, A waiver could set some precedent for future requests of a similar nature.
Thank you, Jen. In your agenda packages, you will see there is a link in the attachments, both a memo as well as the letter from the Vandebrinks as well. Any questions from council? Claus?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just looking through this, the former owner, by the looks of it, he did not pay his taxes from the end of August till October the 4th. Is that correct?
Councillor Vanderveen, through the chair, that's my understanding as well. Generally speaking, when a purchase takes place, we receive a tax certificate from the lawyers that are managing the sale or purchase of a property, in which case there would be a balance owing that would show up on that tax certificate. I'd have to verify with Kennedy that happened in this case. Sometimes it does not, but what I'm guessing is that a statement was issued showing the outstanding balance, and that's what alerted them that it was unpaid.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am somewhat confused about that, because when a land transfer does go through, the lawyers, not in general, but as a normal course of their business, will request the tax amount so that they can do proper adjustments on that. So the way I see this is both parties, both lawyers would have known or should have known or ought to have known better that the taxes weren't paid or were not paid, and should have advised their clients. So I fail to see how this is an issue that falls on the part of the council.
Anything further from council? How would you like to proceed? John?
I'd like to move that the county council not waive tax penalties in the amount of $99.23 as requested for tax roll number 54330-100.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Jen. Moving down, G3.2, Fire Services Response Fees Waiver Request.
So this is another fee waiver request, but this one is with regards to a non-dwelling structural fire that took place in the county on May 21st of 2021. The property owner was invoiced as per the county's schedule of fees bylaw. The owner is making a request to council to waive the fees in the amount of $3,087.50. The Coaldale Fire Department responded to a non-dwelling structure fire in the county on May 21st, as mentioned. The total response time was just shy of 5 hours. And the owner, Mr. I think it's Reich, is that how you say it? Thank you, Councillor Hickey, was invoiced for that response, as mentioned, in the amount of $3,087.50. In August, Mr. Reich reached out to the county over the phone and in person, indicating he was unsatisfied with the amount of the invoice. Administration spoke with him, provided an explanation of the services and the fees that were applied, and even offered a payment arrangement option with him at that time to ease the payment burden of that invoice. As stated in his letter, this resolution was still unsatisfactory, and he was advised to write a letter to council requesting a waiver of these fees. On November 24th, the letter as attached was received with his explanation of, I guess, why he's unsatisfied and why he feels that council should make a consideration for a waiver. Administration's recommendation is to stick with the schedule of fees bylaw and not waive the fees. It should be noted as well that as per the Municipal Government Act, unpaid balances for fire services can be added to the tax roll when it's related to a property. So in this case, if they are left uncollected and council chooses not to waive the fees, administration would move ahead with adding it to the property owner's tax roll.
Thank you, Jen. As noted, the fire services fees waiver request, so the letter was attached in your package, as well as the Bylaw 20-022, Schedule of Fees. Questions from council? Claus?
Yeah, I kind of feel for the guy here, of course, because it looks like he doesn't have the money to do anything like that. I would agree with the administration that we not waive the fee. But have we done that in the past, that we've had like payments made on something that if they couldn't afford to pay the whole chunk at once?
Councilor Van de Veen, are you referring to a payment plan?
Yes.
Yes, we have offered that in the past with some of the invoices, just to assist the individuals who are paying these and to avoid having to add it to the tax roll.
Lauren?
Thank you. And you said he declined that offer as well, or did you not offer it to him? I didn't quite catch that, I guess.
Councilor Hickey, it was offered and he was not satisfied with that.
Okay.
Anything further from council? How would you like to proceed? Claus?
Yeah, well, since he had been offered that a payment plan and he didn't accept that one, then I think I would like to make a motion to recommend that County Council not waive the fire service fees in the amount of $3,087.50 as per invoice 113684 as requested, and further that any unpaid balances on the invoice be added to the related property tax roll as of December 31, 2021 as per the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion? Mark?
Just one point of clarification. So the motion passes, then when the administration would respond back to the ratepayer and explain again, give them the option again that there could be a payment plan put in place to cover this. It's not that he's expected to pay the full amount and it's going on his taxes right away.
We can provide that offer to him again, if that's council's kind of direction. And if he's still unsatisfied with that, then we'll put it on the tax roll.
Thank you. Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just see one sentence in the letter from the gentleman. He says, I am paying regular taxes, am under the impression that these funds would go toward covering an unforeseen event such as this, as well as road maintenance and so on. Just to that point, just yesterday, and with the the recent changes in the fees and charges bylaw with respect to fire issues, we created a poster. I think it might be in the CAO's in-basket to have a review and approve for us. But we are going to definitely step up significantly kind of an advertising campaign and information campaign to try to make all people in Lethbridge County aware that fire charges aren't covered by taxes. And in fact, there are changes now to that, and people need to be sure that they have the proper insurance. I think that was part of the discussion when we looked at the fees and charges bylaw. So we're right on the cusp of doing that. I know if our CAO has the chance to review that, that poster will be sort of out there as the initial push at a public information campaign to try to help people and make sure they do have appropriate insurance coverage and or are aware that if and when they have an unforeseen fire event, they're going to be asked to pay for it one way or the other. So,
thank you, Larry.
okay, very good. She's hoping to get to it today, she says. And as well, I know we have a couple more, dare I use the pun, in the fire that should be coming forth to council in probably at the January meeting. These seem to be just something that we're dealing with. People maybe aren't understanding or aren't prepared or don't think it's fair to pay those fire response charges. But we might see some more of those very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's just an error in the background information. The number for it's only listed at $387.50.
Oh. Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Is it correct in the resolution? Or
I think so.
motion? Okay. Thank you. We'll watch
John?
for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one small clarification in my mind on this before we put this to the vote. This is, because this loss happened on the 21st of May 2021, the last time when we had this discussion, I think it was not this meeting, but the meeting prior, is this a result of what we put in place then, or was there direction put in place as of May 21st, 2021 that would allow this to be charged to them?
There was a fire fees bylaw in place, or has been in place for several years. So it is on the bylaw that was existing up until January 1.
And follows that direction then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from council? So Claus did make the motion, correct?
Yeah.
Claus did make the motion. I think, and as Mark alluded to, with direction to administration to continue to offer that payment plan option as well.
Okay, then I will amend my motion to include that.
Thank you. Anything further from council? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Moving down to G 3.3, Bylaw 21-021, 2022 utility rates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So through the annual budget process, the utility rates are reviewed and adjusted to reflect any anticipated increases for the upcoming year and to ensure that cost recovery of operations is maintained within that department. So any increases that have been determined by administration have been included in the budget that was presented to council through deliberations for the upcoming year. When considering the utility rates, the county always follows any increases that would be considered by the City of Lethbridge, as that is where the county purchases its water from. The City of Lethbridge had set a 0% utility rate increase for the 2022 year. The increases that have been applied within the attached bylaw for county water rates are strictly related to county operational cost increases only and reflect obviously the 0% with the purchase from the city. The utility rate bylaw has been amended as attached, and it only applies to, if you're looking at the attachment, I guess the rates that are applicable for an increase. So under the water charges, the monthly billing rates have increased by 1.5%, truck fill water sales, sewer service charges, as well as hauled water for residents, and garbage collection pickup. A lot of the other charges are either by a schedule or another levy or bylaw that's just included within this, such as at the very end there's a schedule there for Rave Industrial. That's a stormwater improvement levy, so we don't apply any increases to that one. It was set some time ago. So those are the main changes to Bylaw 21-021 for the 2022 utility rates, and administration is asking for all three readings of this bylaw today.
Thank you, Jen. Any questions from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I can't remember what this is for. Number 10, it's hauled wastewater residential, and it says $25.38 per axle. Is that a charge you tax somebody who hauls that away, or what does that mean?
I'm hoping Jeremy can answer that for on behalf of the utilities.
Honestly, I'd like to say that's for if we do run into a situation where we have to bring in essentially a sewage wagon or something to that effect when we charge.
Can't hear you, Jeremy.
Sorry.
I think that's probably for if we do, in fact, have to go in there and haul any wastewater away, then we're making a charge per axle. So like a single axle sewage wagon versus a tandem axle sewage wagon, as you can see, it references, and this excludes the front steering axle. So this is just in reference to whether it's a single axle or a double axle truck. We would probably not permit a tri-axle based on the kind of weight that those things usually potentially have.
So it's a charge if the county has to do it in case of?
in case of some kind of emergent event.
Okay. Thank you. Didn't ever recall seeing that before.
So it is highlighted in red there, so there was just a change to that. The item itself was previously there. There was a change to the dollar amount associated with that. Is that correct then?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Anything, any other further discussion from council? Any questions? Seeing none, how would we like to proceed? As Jen indicated, administration would like to see the 3 readings of this. John?
I'd like to move that bylaw 21-021, 2022 utility rates be read for the first time.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Second reading? Mark?
I move that the bylaw 21-021-2022 utility rates be read a second time.
Thank you, Mark. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving down to proceed to third reading. John?
Thank you. I'd like to move that council consider third reading of bylaw 21-021, 2022 utility rates.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And third. Clause?
I'll move that bylaw 20-021, 2022 utility rates be read a third time.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call the question. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Moving down, the next item is G 3.4, Quarterly Financial Report, August to October 2021.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before you have the consolidated financial summary to October 31st of 2021. Within the document, we've added for the new council members a quarterly financial dashboard, and this is just a snapshot sort of revenues, expenses, activities, payables and receivables to date, just to give a bit of a clearer picture, as well as the current tax collections to date, which are sitting at just over 97%. So I think I mentioned this during budget that the county is very fortunate in its tax recovery for the most part. I'll just hop right into the summary. And I'll just review it for council. I have some notes here as well. So as of this report, the surplus deficit projections have been adjusted to reflect the changes in revenues, expenses, and activities since the last quarter, which ended July. A surplus in the amount of approximately $379,000 has been projected at this time. Although general expenditures are fairly in line with the budget, there have been some savings realized in the departments due to the effects of the COVID pandemic, operational efficiencies, and some additional revenues that were realized specifically within the planning and development and emergency services departments. Even though Alberta has opened up over the past quarter and has lifted some of the restrictions, many of the training and conference opportunities remained virtual, and therefore throughout the department budgets there was some savings or reduced savings and costs associated with professional development, travel, and those kinds of things that go along with that. This was addressed somewhat within the 2022 budget deliberations. We spoke to a review of the professional development costs, as it is expected that although we're opening up, we're still going to see a lot of virtual opportunities for training coming forward in the future. Additionally, although the tax collections are above 90%, as of the January 31st, which is the first penalty of the year, and it's 15% on all outstanding balances, be it penalties, previous year balances, and the current levy, were quite significant. we have caught up in those payments, but that has added and contributed to some of the increase in administrative revenues. As well as the county, we had a economic update from CIBC Wood Gundy, who we also have some investments with, and we were lucky enough to lock in some really good rates early prior to them going down. So this has also contributed to some additional revenues. All of those interest revenues earned, though, do go back to the capital reserves and are applied there as part of the year-end process. Again, as mentioned above, the planning department has seen a significant increase in their development activities and have exceeded the 2021 revenue by over 100%. So they've more than doubled what was anticipated for the year. Another contributing factor was the emergency response and fines revenues. To date, it is about 57% above the budgeted revenues. We have had a higher than average number of fires this year. It was a very dry year, and that has contributed to some of the revenue increase, which is unusual. And then, of course, motor vehicle collisions is generally the highest revenue generator within the emergency services department. The council department has a surplus as well. This is due to a 10% reduction in council wages for 10 months of the year, as well as there were very few professional development opportunities for council to attend outside of the county. And a surplus is also projected within Ag Services, primarily due to reduced mowing activities, with it being such a dry year over the summer. And there was the Ag Services grant contribution was increased from what we had anticipated receiving. So again, the above projections, the 379,000 and change, is the best estimate at this time based on the current activities and looking at historical activities throughout the county. If there is any kind of extreme winter conditions in the upcoming weeks now, this could impact municipal services department the most. That's where you would see the highest, obviously, with snow clearing, potential overtime, sanding, those kinds of things. And then there's just a chart there that kind of aligns with the attached summary and provides a visual of the tax support funding by department as of October 31st. Do you just want me to carry on, or is there any questions?
Any questions of council to this point?
Okay.
Thanks, Jen.
So just carrying on, I won't go through all the details. I'm sure council read the report. I know that I asked at the last meeting if council wants us to continue to provide some background on the activities by department, so I've continued to include that. And I know planning and development and economic development usually provide updates as well, but I think it's good to see what all the departments are up to. On page, I'll say 6 of the iCompass report there, this is just the tax support by department. So more or less everything I just spoke to with regards to the surpluses and deficits by department. I don't have a lot to add there. I think you can see where most of them are. If there's any specific questions on any of them, just from the accounting standpoint, when it's in the brackets, it's the deficit. Not in the brackets is the surplus end of it, which brings us to the net of the 379. And the rest of the document just provides other, I guess, formats, a statement of operations, which aligns with how our financials are presented through our year end. I included some charts that show the revenues received to date, the expenditures to date, and to date again being as of October 31st. And I will present a year-end report once we finalize some of year-end in the new year. There's also a grant summary included on page 17, and this is just the 2021 budgeted grants, what we've applied for. Some of this has since been updated. I know we've since received the MSI operating grant funds, a portion of the MSI capital funds, and I believe FGTF has since been received. And below that, I just included a 2021 provincial announcement summary. There's not a lot of changes since the last report, other than under the PERC, which is the Provincial Education Requisition Credit. So that will be coming forward to council in January. We have about just over $12,000 that we're hoping to collect from the province for the education portion of the oil and gas companies that have, I'll say, gone to bunk. They've either finalized the receivership on them, they don't exist anymore, whatever the case is. So a report with more details on that will be coming forward, and we'll have to write off those outstanding tax balances. This is included in the January report, but just as a reminder for council, any balances of the 5 years plus are recorded as uncollectible receivable in our year-end financials. So some of that has already been applied to an uncollectible receivable. Now we just have to put that against the accounts. So it's part of a year-end entry as well. And lastly on the report is just an investment summary. And this just gives council a bit of a summary of what our current investments, how much they are, where they're sitting, the anticipated interest to be earned on that. And I also included the municipal reserve portion, just for interest. Sorry. A little bit different with this one. I've brought forward some recommendations. This will assist me with year end, and I will bring forward the dollar values for the first 3 recommendations with the year end report, so you'll have those values. But these resolutions will just help me process year end a little bit quicker. Do you want me to go through them, Mr. Chairman?
Please, yes.
Okay. So the first one is we are very aware that there will be a surplus within the council department. Again, primarily because of that 10% reduction. So just move that the surplus wages, per diem, and travel rates within the council budget as of December 31st be transferred to the council discretionary reserve. I do have a estimate, of course, or a projection, but I don't know what that final total will be as of December 31st, but as mentioned, I'll bring that forward with the year-end report, so you'll have the final dollar amount. The second is that move that the additional revenues earned in the Planning and Development Department as of December 31st, 2021 be moved to the Tax Equalization Reserve.
Jen, would you be able just to maybe touch on that for the, just for the benefit of the new councillors? I know, the Tax Equalization Reserve, I know we touched on it during the budget deliberations, but would you maybe touch on that again, please?
This reserve was set up a long time ago, and I believe it initiated from a grant that the county received way back when, long before my time, and since then has sort of been a operational grant that council can access for items that come up maybe outside of the budget, or can help fund items within the budget in an effort to keep taxes increases low or reasonable, and to ensure there's not further deficits if something comes up throughout the year.
Thank you.
And the third was to move that the additional revenues earned from the fire services and fines as of December 31st, 2021 be transferred to the Emergency Services Contingency Reserve. This reserve often helps fund emergency service related equipment, lights and such for the emergency services and CPO vehicles, scales as an example for when the CPO needs to do weights when he's out and about. And the last one is with regards to the municipal operating support transfer. So I think council probably recalls, or some of council, early in the year, the province announced the MOST fund, which is the municipal operating support transfer. And this was put out to assist municipalities with increased costs and reduced revenues in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. We received over $1 million. All of our funds were obviously spent in 2020. Year end has closed. We received the funds in 2021. So the ask is that this too be transferred to the Tax Equalization Reserve.
Thank you, Jen. Questions from council?
I know it's a lot of information, but I hope that the report was clear.
I think as always, Jen, the actual presentation in the report, I think is top notch. Just having that dashboard there, easily digestible and really lays things out. And then once you dive deeper on in, very transparent, very easy to navigate. So just kudos on that. I think having resources like that at our fingertips, and then obviously being able to push that out is extremely helpful for us doing our job, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question on the COVID funding dollars. Can they be transferred to that account without the government's permission? Like some of those, like, you gotta ask if you can move them.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. This fund is a bit different. It's not a grant so much. If it was a grant, then definitely we would need permission from the province. But this is was a donation or a contribution to municipalities to offset operating.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we do have the 4 recommendations before us. How would you like to proceed? Mark?
I would move the first recommendation, so I'd move that the surplus wages, per diem, and travel rates in the council budget as of December 31st, 2021 be transferred to the council discretionary reserve.
Thank you, Mark. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? John?
I'd like to move that the second recommendation, additional revenue earned in the Planning and Development Department as of December 31st, 2021, be moved to the tax equalization reserve.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Claus?
And I'll move that the additional revenues earned from the fire services and fines as of December 31st, 21 be reserved to the emergency service contingency reserve.
Be transferred? Be transferred to
Oh,
the...
yes, be transferred, sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Claus. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the 4th item. Mark?
I move that the funds received for the municipal operating and support transfer to assist with the cost increases and reduced revenues in 2020 due to COVID in the amount of $1,053,334 be transferred to the tax equalization reserve.
Thank you, Mark. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Just seeing that the next item is the budget, and given the timing, would it be prudent to maybe hold off till after lunch to tackle that? Ann?
And maybe you just want to announce what time the pathway is on for anybody watching?
For sure. So we will adjourn for lunch, return. We have several more items yet, but we do have a 2 o'clock appointment with the Link Pathway update, so it'll be at 2 o'clock when representatives from the Link Pathway will be here to discuss that agenda item. Thank you. And I do have maybe just a question, if you could provide clarity. I did receive an email while we're sitting here just regarding the by-election.
Yes, Larry has left me, so I'm going to do what I can because Larry and Candace were overseeing. My understanding is that there is a period of time that the votes need to be confirmed, and that is not official until noon on Friday. So we cannot swear in the new member of council until noon on Friday. And Larry will clarify.
That is correct, yeah. We have a 4-day window that we have to wait until the official results are able to be announced, and that's as per the Local Authorities Election Act.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you for that clarity, and thank you for everyone that did come out and vote in that by-election. It was nice to see 3 candidates and a healthy turnout as well, so look forward to continuing on with that. Maybe, Ann, could we sneak in the correspondence quickly? Is that possible?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. So we'll move down then
Thanks,
to
Jen.
correspondence H. 1, the National Police Federation.
Oh, sorry, did
That's
you
a-
want me to go over it?
so
Oh,
I guess-
sorry.
No, sorry, just how would you with the correspondence?
What we did is because a lot of the correspondence weren't being made public, so they were going to council, but the public wasn't seeing them. So in order to make sure that the public could see all the correspondence that council gets, we've determined to put it on the agenda. If council, when reading the correspondence, would like to, any direction to staff, through that, they can pull any item of correspondence off the agenda.
Thank you, Anne.
'Kay.
So we do have the 3 items that were added to this agenda. The communication from the National Police Federation, as well as the second one from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And then our third one was essentially a thank you letter, and also just outlining some of the efforts of the Coaldale-Lethbridge growing project for the Canadian Food Grains Bank. Is there anything that, as Anne said, would council like to pull out or discuss any of these 3 pieces that are attached in the agenda package? Okay. Thank you. Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you want to, do we want to make a motion on that we receive the information, all 3 at once, or do we?
I think we can
Yep.
do that if you wanted to, yeah.
Okay, then I'll move that we take the correspondence H1, 2, and 3 as information for council.
Thank you very much. And maybe just a note, I know maybe our citizens are sometimes maybe not as aware as we as council are, just given the fact that how close we are to some of these matters. But the first correspondence, that National Police Federation piece, just speaks to the PricewaterhouseCoopers study that was commissioned by the provincial government regarding the creation of a provincial police service. This has been something that has been hotly talked about item for council, and was something that was top of mind at RMA, at our RMA convention, and continues to be a big advocacy point for RMA. We have, as a county, our position has been consistent that we support receiving our services from the RCMP and would like to continue down that road. Our position is, like you say, been static on that, and we'd like to continue to offer our support to the RCMP in that regard. Having said that, the province has made it clear that they continue down this path and will conduct further consultation in the coming months regarding the potential of a provincial police service, and I look forward to offering our comments and our concerns moving forward on that fact. So just maybe a note on that. So we do have a motion to accept these for information. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And with that, why don't we go to recess for now for lunch, and we will try to return at 1. We will reconvene the meeting at 1 and continue the agenda.
Lunch here or?
No, we're going out. We'll call the meeting back to order at 1:04, and we will continue on. We will continue with agenda item G 3.5, the 2022 to 2024 operating and 2022 to 2026 capital budget. Jen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before I start this, I think council is all aware, but an article was in the December 14th edition of the Sunny South News that inaccurately stated that the 2022 budget had already been approved by the county. I contacted them myself directly. They will put a retraction in next week's paper, and to my knowledge have removed the electronic article. And we're very apologetic. I think they reviewed the deliberations information, and even though it says draft on everything, proposed and deliberations, I hadn't spoken to anyone prior to the article going out, so I think they just made an assumption there. So just wanted to put that out there for the public as well.
Thank you for pointing that out, Jen. I should have said something. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just go to my package here. Sorry, I had the wrong thing on. So we're here today to hopefully approve the 2022 to 2024 operating and 2022 to 2026 capital budgets. These were presented to council through council deliberations on November 30th, December 1st, and December 7th, where they were reviewed, deliberated, and questions and direction was provided to administration. Upon completion of the budget review and deliberations, council gave administration their feedback, and we have now brought forward a budget for approval. So just within the package on page 3 there is just the total tax support by division, division being sort of section within the county's operations. With a proposed tax levy of $15,862,570, a 1.626% over 2021's budget. And after growth considerations through the assessment process, it would be a net increase of $111,411 or 0.714% increase. As we move down, we have the next total tax support, and this is just gives a bit more detail of the divisions and what's involved within each of those and the tax support for each. Page 5 provides a consolidated operating and capital budget. Again, it shows that tax support portion at the bottom. And before I finish up here, Mr. Chairman, I'll just highlight some of the items within the budget as well.
Sorry, Ann?
Just further to our earlier deliberations to continue being a member of SouthGrow, am I correct in assuming that the original 5,000 is already in this budget?
The original 5,000 is within that
Okay.
budget, and I was assuming that when that report comes back in January, we'll put a funding source with that report
Okay.
as well.
Thank you.
For the difference.
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Further, pages 5 and 6 are the consolidated operating and capital budgets together, and then we split out the operating as that is the portion that is actually tax support funded. Our capital budget as it stands is fully funded through grants, reserve dollars, sales of proceeds on equipment, machinery and equipment, and the market access network funds. So just the operating portion is funded through tax support, which shows up on the tax notices. And then our capital budget expenses we're looking at $9,877,500, which is a slight increase over 2021. So when we're talking about some of these increases within the budget, so the operating budget has some projects within it, in addition to the increases of the 1.6%, which incorporates wages and benefits, general operations, fixed costs such as utilities, insurance, etc. And then we have a few items that we're bringing forward this year. So there's a records management document scanning project, industrial commercial land use strategy, and document that will be done through the planning department, and then a property assessment overview. So those are just some of the operating project highlights. We have found efficiencies within the budget of over $600,000 for 2022. A lot of this has to do with the emergency services fee structure changes that have been made. There's some fleet rate adjustments as we did some reviews on the fleet inventory that was done internally, and just anticipated increased revenues in planning and development department as we've seen that in 2021 as per my financial report. Some costs that have been downloaded to the municipality that created some increases in the amount of just over $420,000 was recreation funding increase of $96,250, a policing cost increase to the province of $117,030, and a reduction in our road infrastructure grant just shy of $300,000. So those are some of the impacts to the operating budget.
Claus?
Yeah, just a question here. I may have asked it other years too, probably already, but just wanted to, for expenditures on council on page 5 there, we got, said $680,000. What is all included in that?
So within the council budget, there's items for obviously wages and salaries, any of the expenses related to conferences or professional committees and things that council may be attending. There is a fee in there. Council makes several donations throughout the year. The bursary, the annual bursary shows up in that budget. The SouthGrow, some of those associations that council is members of, all of those registration fees are also included in that budget. Yeah, and there's IT return to, yeah, the services by other department costs are in there. So that is for.
So like that, you divide that up into all different categories, and one is percentages in the councils.
Yeah. The IT manager and myself review all of the IT inventory and kind of which departments have which, and then sort that out for future replacement. Okay. And just on the capital side, I won't go through the details of each of the capital items. The administration will be putting forward some documents for the public. They will be available on our What's Happening and our 2022 budget section of the website, so all the information is there. But some of the capital highlights included in that $9 million I spoke of earlier was Range Road 21-1, the Cortiva Road overlay, Iron Springs Roads improvement from Range Road 20-4, Center Street and First Street, the Lafarge Road realignment, the water and wastewater SCADA system upgrades, so that's the electronic system for those areas. The bridge file replacements, there's 2 bridges included in the budget. And then there's the annual replacement of fleet machinery and equipment that takes place. So that's just a quick summary. I have a more detailed capital budget that, like I said, will be going out to the public. So with that, administration is making a request to council for approval of the 2022 operating budget expenses in the total amount of $28,532,195, as well as the 2022 and 2023 operating budget expenses in principle. And a second motion for the 2022 capital budget expenses in the amount of $9,877,500, and then the 2023 to 2026 amounts in principle as well.
Thank you, Jen. Any questions from council? I know I touched on this during the deliberations. Just a big thank you to Jen and your staff and Anne and I know administratively there's a ton of work that goes into these documents, a ton of thought, and I think that when you presented us with the proposed budget, I think it was something that was reasonable and something that we could really sink our teeth into, and I just appreciate all the work everyone's done to this point. I know, like I say, a lot of heavy lifting went into that, and I know it's a year-round process, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That all being said, I'd like to make a motion and move that the 2022 operating budget expense in the amount of $28,532,195 $195 as outlined in attachment 1 be approved, and that the 2022 and 2023 operating budget expense in the amounts of $28,895,285 and $29,313,538 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the second recommendation for the capital budget. Mark?
I'd like to move that the 2022 capital budget expenses in the amount of $9,877,500 as outlined in the attachment 1 be approved, and that the 2023, 24, 25, and 26 capital budget expenses, the amounts of $11,555,000, $11,535,000, $6,846,000, and $8,193,000 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, Mark. Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Rich. So, with the 25, the 26, why has that went up that high there on that? Is that to do, has it got to do with grants?
I'll just pass that over to Devin. A lot of it has to do with funding availability and just projects that are in the queue based on infrastructure's schedule, but just the 2020, why the 2026 budget is higher than the 2025. So probably page 8, maybe 7 or 8, Devin?
There's about $1.5 million difference there, right?
It goes from just shy of 7 million to over 8.
Okay. I'd have to look at the specific projects and see the value of them. There could have been just perhaps a bigger ticket item in 2026, a larger singular project. And as I said during my capital budget presentation, those 4th and 5th years, I try to leave some leeway for projects that do come up in the future, so that's why those amounts are a little bit lesser than the next 3 years.
Okay, thanks. Yep.
Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jen. Jen, just a question. We did go through the budget deliberation process. Is the public able to go back and still view those sessions at this point in time? Will they stay up and they are available on the county website?
Yes, they're in the What's Happening,
Okay.
and I believe there's a link just on the regular county website. We also included the PowerPoints.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. John? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I apologize, but I just noted that when I was reading my motion, there was an error in there. And I believe that it should be the 2023-2024 be approved in principle, correct? Not the 2022-2023?
Oh, yes, thank you. You're correct.
Just for your information, there will be additional information going out through the communications now that the budget is passed, and that's already to go.
Okay. Are we all good with on the technical side of things with what John brought forward then? That's okay.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent. Thank you. Thanks, John. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
You guys are being really good.
Just the closed session? Does that look right to you? Okay, if we could then, we're done with the, until our 2 o'clock appointment, we're done with the regular portion. So could I get a motion to go into closed session? Lauren?
So moved.
Thank you, Lauren. Call the question, those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And we have the into a public session. Any discussion? I'll ask a question. Those in favor?
Right here.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
It's on our land.
We public, Candace? Okay, so at this time, we do have a 2 o'clock appointment with the link pathway, so why don't we take a short recess until 2, and we will reconvene at that time. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order at 2:04, and we have a 2 o'clock appointment with a link pathway update. Yeah, I'll throw it to you guys. Peter, Henry, thanks for being here today.
Okay, thank you, Reeve Campbell, for this opportunity. We do really appreciate. Also part of our delegation, we have Kim Welby in that corner. She's also with the consultant group that's worked on this. So I know there's some new faces that haven't seen this pathway before, so hopefully a pathway presentation, hopefully you get enough of a sense of where we're at with it. But today we have Peter, our consultant with Progressive West Consulting. They've done a lot of work, and so we're here for I guess a specific request, but we'll give you as much information as we have time for, as you feel you need. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Peter Casciarella to make the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us here today.
I think you have to turn yours.
There we go. Thank you very much for having us here today. As Henry mentioned, Peter Casciarella, Progressive West Consulting, wearing that hat today. You know me under other hats. And we're here today to specifically talk about one stretch of the proposed pathway that we're working on, and to request permission from Lethbridge County Council to proceed with planning a route with the use of that particular stretch of highway. We'll try to keep the conversation contained to the specific request. We certainly can answer questions about the broader picture and the wider context in which this is occurring and the reasons why we're bringing the request forward too. So just to give you some context here, these are just the core partners who are working on the actual project right now. The partners who are backing it is obviously a lot more expansive, and you can see all of the different community entities that are involved in driving forward this feel-good nonprofit group on the website. But there's my company here, Progressive West Consulting, who is doing public consultations, route planning, government relations, and donor relations on behalf of the pathway. We're working closely with Edwards Land, that works constantly with the county on various issues too, to do all of the proper legal land negotiations and private landowner relations too. And of course, MPE is supporting the project from the engineering perspective, and Alvin Fritz Architects is been a long-time supporter and proponent of the project, giving us their expert advice and guidance since they've worked on projects like this extensively across Western Canada. So a brief overview of what brings us here today. The goal, of course, is to build a regional bike path that links the city of Lethbridge with the town of Coaldale by passing through the county south of Highway 3. And up to this point, we've established a pathway route from Coaldale south along the irrigation right-of-ways to the Highway 512. At that point, there's an envisioned underpass that's already in place. Well, not in place, but the planning is in place to put that in at that point. From there on, we've been working on completing a route for the remainder of the stretch from the 512 underpass to the boundaries of the city of Lethbridge under a new decision-making matrix since Progressive West Consulting was brought on back in the spring. And to this date, we've completed individual consultations with landowners who are potentially directly impacted by the pathway. We have not yet gone out to a complete and total regional consultation. The thinking behind this is that a lot of misinformation was spread because the Pathway Committee was putting out information on potential routes before really talking about those routes with people or really knowing that they would actually fly and go there. And we encountered a lot more pushback from across the region than had been anticipated for a number of very, very good reasons. And so our process since the spring has been to say, okay, listen, we need to get an actual pathway confirmed before we go out and talk to the community about it. There's no point about talking to people in the community about something that doesn't exist or might never exist. There's no reason getting people, fired up or engaged in the conversation or talking about solutions unless those solutions actually apply to them. So our goal has been to figure out where it will actually go. Along some stages of the route, we know where it probably needs to go and probably should go. And those conversations have been had on a one-on-one basis with one of my associates who works with me with people who could be potentially impacted. So we've researched also a lot of issues that we've heard from the community. The Link Pathway's been gathering a lot of feedback through conversations that have come in through emails over the years. And we've gone out and looked into those issues such as safety. And we can speak extensively to the experience of other communities on the safety file too. And finally, our next steps, if we get a completed route, will be to finalize the viable route by going back to everybody who's given us the soft handshake saying, if you get this route done, sure, yes, we can move forward. such as the federal government and the provincial government as two notable stakeholders, and the St. Mary's River Irrigation District, who is one of our largest supporters and has been extremely helpful. Report on the feedback to the committee and include recommendations for mitigating concerns from the general public, and then publish the intended route that we think will actually fly and work, and solicit broad community feedback on that route, while also answering people's questions about it and showcasing all of the research and work we've done up to this point. And then finally, bring forward the entire route along with the recommendations for how to mitigate concerns and accommodate neighbors and be good neighbors to the people in the county. With those expert recommendations from people like Alvin Fritz, architect, who've been doing this kind of work for a long time, and from NPE Engineering that have done linear builds before while addressing community concerns, and say these are the things we recommend that are done in order to accommodate people's viewpoints. And then at that point, it would come back to County Council for review, to look over it, to discuss, and to either give the green light or not at that point. But today, we're just focused on the one section that we'll like to talk about. So the request today for County Council is to conditionally approve the future use of the ditch that runs south along the west side of Howe Road from Highway 512 to the irrigation display for the construction of a section of the Corban Ray Link pathway. We propose that this be conditional upon all those other things we've talked about, completion of the public consultation process and review of that process by yourselves, and review of the entire route and discussion of it by your county council. Basically, we're looking for that soft handshake to say, all right, listen, as long as everything else is done properly in the future and we have a chance to do final review on this, go ahead and move forward with MPE Engineering to work with our administration to really lay out what that would look like in the ditch along Howe Road. Because it's got to be done safely, it's got to respect all of the best practices we've come to appreciate, and we don't want anything to be subpar too. So, to give you further context, this is from MPE Engineering, based on their scouting of the location. We're looking at right in the center there. We'd have a controlled crossing up here on the south side of the 512.
That's the Howe Road 512 intersection.
Yeah. And then it would run down along the west side, skirting the edge of the right-of-way along the fence until it hits this intersection right here, which is a small gravel road that runs across the provincial lands in the direction of the new South Country Treatment Center. There's plenty of ample room to skirt along there at that point. This is just a shot from Google Street View looking south. That's from the 512 looking down Howe Road. We'd be on the far side of the road there.
So the jail is to the right?
Yeah, so the jail is if you kept going that way down.
To the right,
Yeah.
Okay, and that's, okay, that's that intersection.
You betcha.
So is that piece of land on the right hand or the west side there, is that privately owned now, or is that still Alberta government's land?
The piece of property right on the west side is privately owned. We had a very friendly approach through personal contacts to the landowner, but unfortunately he wasn't amenable to moving forward the conversation. We did discuss with him, okay, in that case we're going to go and talk to the county about whether we can use the ditch or not, and he had no comment at that point on whether or not we use the ditch. The feel we got from him was that he just didn't want to be bothered with the paperwork. So. This is looking south along Howe Road, so we'd just be down along the fence line there. And there's a low point that's under consideration by MPE. This is probably an area that we'd have to have the most expense on because there'd be a lot of fill go in. We'd have to build things up properly so our pathway could sit on a level piece of ground, and also to maintain proper drainage for the roadway itself. Looking south again. Oops, I'm going back the wrong way. And this is the southern point of that stretch. It's about 800 meters. And this is where the pathway would turn off and head down across the provincial lands there. The irrigation display is just to the left there.
Wrong way again.
Wrong way again. So in discussion with MPE, the actual engineering would be a discussion between the engineers and your administration to find the right path forward. Their opinion is there's quite a few different ways to do it, basically, and there's a combination of ways to accommodate it within the engineering. Number one, you can bury the overhead power line. That gives us a little extra room to move, work with, and about an extra meter, and lets us skirt the right-of-way right up to the edge of it. It's expensive. The benefit is that other controls are less necessary. There's fewer other things that need to be accommodated there because we're as far back as we can go. But the negative is that it's high cost for us out of our nonprofit budget from our donors that we're doing. We can also install a guardrail for the final 350 meters where we're dealing with that low point. Some sort of a guardrail or catchment rail along the edge of the road would kind of reduce the safety concerns and allow us to work a bit more conveniently in that space too. The downsides, of course, is that the city administration will have opinions on plowing, snow control on the road, that sorts of thing. And of course, the other option is lower the speed limit down to 60 for the stretch. The benefit is it's low cost, it's an easy solution, very easy to implement. The negative, of course, is community perception or community pushback to that. And the reality that people will probably cruise down that road at 80 regardless of whether it says 60 or not. But that's something that we could leave up to the engineers and your staff to figure out and discuss and negotiate. That's our pitch and our request for today. We're happy to answer any questions.
So could you go back to the picture on the west side of the road? Oh, I see the farm. Okay.
That's kind of looking northwest there. And the low point.
So is the power line right on the edge of the property line, or is it in the municipality's right of way?
We'd have to complete the surveying in order to know exactly where it's at, but it's likely within the right-of-way. And
Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Typically, power poles are 2 feet within the municipal right-of-way. So chances are it's about that much in our right-of-way.
Thanks, Kevin. Anything further from, any further questions from council at this time? John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you're proposing putting this, are you proposing putting this just on the side, on the shoulder of the road, or building a completely new path that, so there's the road and then a separation and a path? I just wanted to sort of make that clear in my mind what you're looking at.
we want to put it as far back as the road as possible, right on the edge of the right-of-way, as far back as we can get it. You know, we want to have that set back from the road for safety's sake. There's a whole bunch of official transportation regulations and rules that pertain to how you engineer these sorts of things and what kind of a setback you need under certain conditions. I can put it to Kim if you have anything that's relevant to offer on that front.
No, just that the prescription is very clear as to how far it needs to be back and any additional separation that you can get between roadway and pedestrians to reduce any potential impacts and interactions.
Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know if you're aware, but if you come from Cranbrook to Wardner, they also had a landowner that did not want to let them on the land, and I think it's probably at least half or 3/4 of a mile. And I know they went through the ditch part there too. And you could see it's down a little bit lower, that it does, if necessary, you know, if you get a lot of water, that the water does still can, you know, get away that way. And so, but this is basically the question you're asking, can we get the right-of-way in the ditch of the county? And that's what you're here today for today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from council? Mark?
You got it. So the road, I get that the pathway is going from Coaldale to Lethbridge, I understand that. I've never seen the real map, but it looks like it's all over, which is fine. There's gotta be other spots where you're going along a ditch, is there? Or you're not just cutting across quarter sections, or you're not taking government land? There's gotta be, from this point back to Coaldale, everything's private land, or would it be?
No, we don't have to use any other ditches, any other public road right-of-ways at all. We got really lucky with there being an irrigation right-of-way that runs between Coaldale almost down to Lethbridge. Oh yeah, sorry. We got very lucky with there being an irrigation right-of-way that heads almost from Coaldale about 2/3 of the way down to Lethbridge. And the irrigation district's been very friendly to this. So it's when you have an east-west right-of-way owned by a public nonprofit that is community orientated, that was just too good to pass up. It would have been It's hard to imagine another way that we could have got this pathway this close to completion without using the irrigation right away between the two communities. And Henry, you guys explored everything even before I came along. Yeah.
Lauren?
So, thank you. So how wide is the pathway? Like, is it a 2 meter top or?
3 meters.
3 meters.
Yeah. So when we go through on the right of way or when we skirt private land, we're looking for 5 meter easement, I guess, if you will, to put a 3 meter top on. And 3 meters of well accepted width, it's 10 feet, and so you don't have this feeling of crowding if you're passing someone. So it's the city of Lethbridge standard, I believe, is the 3 meter top.
So for example, the gentleman in this corner of land here has given us a 5 meter easement along the north edge of his land until we hit the irrigation canal there.
So then, to our staff, what do we need for right of way in the future along that road? Do we have that much to give up, or?
I believe MPE is looking at the technical details right now to see how it would fit, if it can fit in the right of way safely. Being outside of the clear zone, that's one thing that I talked to MPE about, is the pathway should be outside of what's called a clear zone. And a clear zone is something that basically it's an area off the side of the road that if a vehicle were to leave the surface, a reasonable width for that car to safely recover and get back on the surface. So it's dependent on speed, and the slope of your side slope dictates how wide your clear zone is. So that's one of the parameters that I provided to MPE that should be met when they design this.
So you won't know that for a while, but any answer to that question?
I don't know the answer to that question.
But you won't know it for a while until they give you an answer.
Correct, yes.
The feedback we received from MPE, and I was just talking to them a couple of days ago in preparation for this, was, yeah, it's completely doable. It's just a question of which engineering controls are used for which area along that. And that's, once again, to the discussion that MPE would then be given permission to have with Devin and his team.
So if I may, just to provide a little context or background to that, what we're asking for today is, a soft approval, or, approval in principle, so that we can say to MP, yes, go ahead, explore this further. Right now, because we don't know whether we have approval or not, the approval would then be conditional, as we state here, that if it fits, if it meets the standards of Lethbridge County, then MP would have the right or the authority to go ahead and design this thing. These things all cost money. MP has been a tremendous partner for the pathway. We never get bills from them. They do all this work pro bono. But still, we want to be respectful that they just don't do things without knowing whether there's going to be a potential approval. If it meets the parameters, then we can go ahead. So I guess that's what we're asking for.
It's also a prerequisite to us finalizing everything else. We've managed to stay away from a lot of private residences by negotiating these same soft handshakes with the federal government and the provincial government to use their land rather than to go and deal with more private landowners, and to respect the privacy of people out in the county areas by doing that. If we know we have a soft yes from you, we can firm up those commitments as well as firm up all of the details that need to be gone over with the irrigation district, because the plans have changed and there's engineering concerns that they'll have to look at with MPE as well.
Peter, I know you touched on the provincial and federal governments. Has there been any developments or any, any advance with dealing with the railway? Is that still a point of contention? I know earlier on in the discussion that was a bit of a hill to climb. Can you provide any update on that?
Yeah, when Henry brought me and my friends on board, they were basically looking at a route that kind of skirted further to the south and ended up along the CP rail line, and then we're negotiating with CP to get an approved pedestrian crossing onto South Parkside Drive into the city. And it was $500,000. And the timelines, in my experience with dealing with the railways, are number one, you're not going to get a lower cost, and number two, you are beholden to very long timelines working to get that done. In conversations with our friends in the city, we figured out if we can get to 43rd Street, north of that particular area, it would be easy for the city to help us facilitate a crossing into the city of Lethbridge. Once again, this is a soft handshake, and the proposal would need to be brought to Lethbridge City Council for their ratification too. But it all looks very friendly at this point. And once we're in WT Hill, the city is working on multiple pedestrian crossings out of WT Hill into other parts of the city. Currently, there's a pedestrian crossing being built out of the north end at 30th Street.
30th and Highway 3.
Yeah. And there are other future ideas in WT Hill for pedestrian crossings too.
Thank you.
So, but to clearly answer that, this alignment we would not be crossing a CP rail line.
Yep.
So that for us is a big win.
For sure. Thank you. Klaus, did you have? Okay. I realize the ask, I realize why you're here today and the ask before us today. I guess I would, and I know that you're well aware of this. There are still a lot of very concerned citizens in the county. I know the councillor of the area, I know myself, I know others that, continue to hear concerns. I think some of that is born out of the fact that it's the unknown. There hasn't been maybe a whole bunch of clarity as far as the route goes, and I have tried to communicate to the people that are concerned that's a work in progress, and you're not in a position to publish a completed route until you have those deals in place. So I appreciate that, but I would be remiss if I didn't say there still is, I think, some considerable concern from county residents. When I do encounter that, I do often counter that with the fact that there's also a lot of support. I have and continue to receive calls asking why we're not supporting it and why isn't it getting done, and then it just becomes that communication piece again to say that you've been before council in the past. I think the county has made it clear a number of items that we need to see satisfied before we're willing to essentially provide that support to you moving forward. But like I said, I just wanted to have that out in the public that we are aware that there are still concerns. I realize that Peter, you being brought on board as part of that consultation piece is huge, and yeah, we're obviously very aware of what's going on, and we're happy that you've I think from what it sounds like made some progress and made some positive progress where you've been able to maybe mitigate some of those concerns by avoiding some of those really what could potentially be contentious areas. Mm-hmm. So I commend you for that. I think that's a huge step, and yeah, I do appreciate the work that you're doing. I think the idea is a great idea. It's just that trying to strike that balance has always been top of mind for me, and I think council at the same time. Council has, given support in the past, and I think that hasn't changed, but I believe there's obviously still concerns moving forward.
If I could speak to our future process, we laid it out very clearly when we sat down and evaluated everything. The first thing was that where we knew the path we needed to go, we needed to talk to people. And so I hired somebody to work for me who was not me to go and have those conversations and just listen. What are your concerns? What are the things that you're thinking about? And we've collected all of that feedback and cataloged it, and we've got it all laid out. The person who I sent around to talk to those people also showed them what she'd written down and said, was this what you said? And they confirmed yes. And so that is going to produce recommendations to the committee that says, if you go forward with this in this location, these are things we recommend you do. After we have a route that has those soft handshakes all across, at that point we will publish that route publicly on the website, and we'll also put up all of the research that goes along with that, which speaks to the concerns that we've heard from the community and speaks to things like public safety. For example, we've already done a lot of research around the province. We've talked to RCMP detachments at 3 different areas in which there are rural routes about the safety issue.
Peter, sorry to keep bugging you, but can you speak right into the microphone? Because sometimes people online can't hear.
Sorry.
Yeah.
To tease it, we have quotes from 3 different RCMP detachments that say, there is no crime associated with rural pathways. And in certain areas, crime has decreased. Specifically from the Medicine Hat Redcliffe path and the Chestermere Calgary path. And what was the third one?
The third one was the Kimberley to Cranbrook Road.
The Kimberley
Rails to
Cranbrook Road.
Trails. The RCMP detachment didn't provide a formal statement, but they did corroborate the sentiments that we had heard from other pathways. And the intention to use those three specific examples were to really encompass some of the realities that we're facing that are unique to this area. So from the route from Calgary to Chestermere is a very urban, active place. And so we were expecting to see an increased incidence of crime coming out of that, just given the sheer population size. That was not proven to be the experience. We chose Medicine Hat to Redcliffe because that's probably the closest to us in population demographic composition. And again, they had further validated that that was not the case, that they did not see any increased rates of crime in the area. And then the reason that the Cranbrook and Kimberley route was chosen was given its sheer proximity to the highway. It essentially follows Highway 95A right from the city to city. And that was to sort of really put a lens on incidents of vehicle pedestrian collisions, because if it's going to occur anywhere, it will occur in somewhere similar to that. Looking at the traffic count numbers, even if we are to extrapolate current traffic numbers from this section of 512 down to Howe Road, 20 years into the future, if we use growth numbers, we're still not even coming close to what those current numbers are for the rails to trails. They're looking at about 7,500 annual daily numbers. And then in this particular instance, we're somewhere in the range of 2,300. So to really, and the stories that those three instances tell really pulls together the fabric of what we're looking at for the reality of this particular pathway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as Tori has already indicated to you, a lot of residents in my area especially are concerned about where the path is going. I guess if I knew a little bit more of the path route, I'd be more comfortable in saying, yeah, I really support this. So where the car is right now, you're going to cross the Howe Road and go east on the south side of the 512, right?
Yes.
To the irrigation ditch.
Yeah. We're hesitant, because we have a process.
I
We're hesitant to
understand.
discuss
You're-
it. If you wanted to go into closed session, I'd be very happy to discuss all of the progress that we've made and what we're looking at candidly. I don't want to preclude ongoing negotiations and a process that we're trying to be careful about because we've learned the lessons of the past, of publishing a route and talking openly about a route before we actually have it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just one. Peter, so obviously, like I say, with the ask today is that let's call it conditional, so you can go ahead and investigate that stretch there. If council were to be agreeable to that, provide you that conditional approval, you go away, you do your work, and for some reason or another, it doesn't work on your end, or say it does work. I think you stressed it again, but I think it's just really important for the public to know there's still further approvals down the road. We're not giving the green light to the larger grand scheme of the route.
Yeah.
Fair to say?
Precisely. We're looking for that soft go-ahead conditional upon your further review in the future, especially of the public consultation process and the final alignment being firmed up with the rest of the other partners too.
Thank you. Claus and then Tan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with other words, the soft handshake here, then you get your approval from your engineer if it's possible or not. And like if you can get your right-of-ways with all the other people, I mean, that's not a concern of the county in a way, in my opinion. I think that you guys have to negotiate that, because in the past we did get letters that, that the county was doing this, the county was doing that, and we surely don't want that on our plate because we don't have to, and that would probably hinder you guys from being able to do your job correctly too.
Yeah.
And just to say, we've been working closely with the society, and so that when they say a soft approval, that would be us continuing to work to make sure that this did fit to our specifications administratively.
So, sorry, Peter, maybe just to follow up on that, Anne, yeah, would you care to weigh in from administration as to the request that's before us and where administration sits on that, please?
I am going to turn it over to the manager of infrastructure.
So just in discussions with Peter and Eric Dyson at MPE, all indications are that this will work from a safety perspective, and that's what I'm looking out for when I'm reviewing these drawings is this a safe location for this pathway to go? And from what I'm hearing from the experts being on site and looking at it, they're saying it can work in spots where maybe it's a little tight engineered controls can go in. Now in saying that, there's still drawings that need to be produced and things in print that need to be provided to the county before we're satisfied. But from a preliminary look, from what I'm hearing is it's feasible right now. So that's kind of where we're at, but like I said, they still have to submit actual drawings and we have to look at those and approve those when they are submitted, so.
Did you? Anything further from council? Henry, Peter, would you like to add anything further?
I just want to thank council for their time this afternoon, and hopefully it's clear what it is we're looking for. It's not final approval, it's just the green light for MP to go ahead and investigate this stretch, this 800-meter stretch. And with that, no, I just want to thank you for your support. And in this whole time, this 6 or 7 years that it's been, county has been there. Although we've created some challenges, we're our own worst enemy. We're too green at some of this, but Peter's really been helpful and really been able to help focus the consultation piece and the donor engagement piece and the stakeholder engagement piece. So that's been really helpful for the pathway. So I think we've matured, we've grown as a group to where we are today. And so with that, I'd like to wish everyone here a good Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to the three of you for your time and your continued efforts. Thank you. How would council like to proceed? Claus?
I think that the way, what they're asking for is a soft handshake, and I think you want an official motion on that one? Okay, then I would move that we give them the soft handshake to be able for the link pathway organizers to be able to move on and then see what they come up with. And of course the engineers are going to have to do all the work and everything like that. So my motion would be that we give them the soft handshake to move ahead.
Can we can capture that? Awesome. Any discussion from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. So if the engineering report comes back fine, what's the next step? Does that come back again to us for approval of this section? Or how does that work?
You can either ask for that or you can delegate it to staff and let staff approve it. It's up to you. I mean, I think we have the internal people in the right place that could, I have faith that our manager of infrastructure could approve that. And do you have any comments, Mr. Infrastructure?
Yes, from a technical perspective, absolutely, we'll take a look at it, but I believe in one of the resolutions from council is the entire pathway does need to have council's final blessing on it. So that will come forward to council.
At that time, but not necessarily just for this session.
Correct, yes.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, council.
So we have one in-camera item that we did not address, so I would entertain a motion to go into camera. Thank you, John. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed?
Were we at 9.3, you said?
Okay. Okay, that, I believe that covers everything, is that correct? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That was a big meeting. Thank you, we got a lot accomplished today. To those coming tomorrow, we'll see you there at the barbecue. If not, safe travels, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and thank you very much. That, Mark? Hey, he's in. Thank you, Mark. Those in favor?
What do you figure, Morris?
Carried. Thank you.